Strategy and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on Sirius XM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL.
You're listening to NHL Play-by-Play on Sirius XM.
Vancouver Canucks in town who watched the Leafs play last night on the way to the opening faceoff. Let's think about the Canucks, 8-1 in their last 9. Coach Keefe is well aware.
Probably just the confidence that they have right now. You know what I mean? So as a team, they've got real belief in what they're doing. Things have gone really well for them, and they've earned that. It seems, you know, that they're well, first they defend really well. They're getting elite goaltending, and then it seems everything that they shoot is going in the net. So, do all that you can to reduce their opportunities to score because they're really feeling it on offense. It seems like they don't need a lot of chances to be able to score. So that's that. Stay in the penalty box and do a job on the penalty kill too. It's an elite power play. So all those kind of things, they're a significant challenge, but one in which I expect our guys to meet.
That power play firing at 33%. Kelly Arncroke is looking forward to this matchup.
I mean, they're off to a hot start. They've been playing really good. Seems like everything is going their way too right now. It's gonna be a good test for us, I think.
And Nick Robertson doesn't want to look too far ahead, but he knows Sweden is next.
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, I looked at the calendar and you got Sweden coming up, so I look forward to that, and I look forward to the rest of the games. But Sweden's a really cool experience.
Welcome to Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado reporting. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Rouse standing by. And, of course, it's Remembrance Day. Our thanks to all our armed forces, their families, and thank you for providing the freedom that we enjoy. And we're going to be honoring them tonight. There'll be a ceremony just after 7 o'clock. So the Vancouver Canucks are in town. They were able to watch last night, Frankie. I mean, how much of a factor is that?
No, I don't think they watch very much. I think they're taking the night off. They're going to dinner, but they will be refreshed. And they're on a road trip right now where they're playing 3 games. They played in Ottawa, playing in Toronto. They're going to be playing in Montreal. And they're catching all 3 teams on a back-to-back. And they're catching all 3 backup goaltenders because they're all on back-to-backs, which is very advantageous for the Canucks. And, you heard head coach Sheldon Keefe talking about how this Canucks team, all they do is score goals. It seems like everything's going in the back of the net. So with that being said, how does tonight look with Ilya Samsonov in net, who's had a very difficult time keeping the puck out of his net? Listen, Joseph Woll played the last 2 games. He played last night. He obviously can't play tonight. But this is where the responsibility of pulling your weight as a goaltender in the National Hockey League comes into play. This is a team that's firing on all cylinders. How is he going to come to the table tonight and provide something that his team desperately needs, and that saves at the right time?
I said that the power play fires at 33% for Vancouver, and sooner or later that is a market correction. But while you're playing against that, I mean, you really have to pay attention to the details. You got to stay out of the box.
For sure, and it's one of those things that's a little more emphasized because of the fact that everything's going their way. So you have to be a little sharper, a little more engaged, a little more dialed in, and just know that the smallest little error when a team is firing the way the Vancouver Canucks are and everything seems to be going in, the smallest little error can come back and bite you. And they have a lot of good players. They have some players that it doesn't take much for them to get on the right side of you, and they can make you pay. Elias Pettersson, who we talked about, is leading the NHL in scoring. How about a great bounce-back story? You like those?
Yeah.
Brock Besser with 11 goals through 13 games. He's had a rough go. His father passed away. It hasn't been the easiest of roads for Brock Besser, and he's come back in a big way this season. He's been a big-time bounce-back performer. If I'm looking at guys that are going to be nominated for the Masterton, that would be number 1 right now. It's funny with this Canucks team coming into town because they have a player in Elias Pettersson who could potentially be in the Hart talks, in the Art Ross talks. You have the defenseman Quinn Hughes, who could be winning a Norris. You have head coach Rick Tocchet, who could win the Jack Adams if this is a really good team at the end of the season. You have a goaltender that could win the Vezina, and Brock Besser having a massive bounce-back season. When the team does well, it's because a lot of the individuals are doing well and vice versa. The Vancouver Canucks have that going, and that's going to be a good test for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Things have been a little leaky here in Toronto. They take a step in the right direction last night against a Calgary team that, if you asked me to kind of rate how that Calgary team looked right now, it's vanilla. Not even French vanilla. It's just plain old vanilla, Jimmy. Yeah. Didn't see much out of them. But regardless, you still have to play. You still have to find ways to win those games. They do that. Joseph Wall lets in a shot from the outside. There's one tip goal. There's another one where he's, kind of fallen back and the puck goes in the back of the net. So it wasn't his greatest performance. Ultimately, he made the saves he needed to make in overtime in the shootout. But the point I'm trying to make is the Leafs are taking steps in the right direction. It's still not perfect, but they'll have to be pretty close to it against this Canucks team tonight.
Well, look, I think this is an easy game when you're able to control the scoreboard, when you're dealing the cards, if you will, when you're scoring it, and that allows other parts of your team to sort of support that. When you have to rally, not so easy.
Well,
but last night the Leafs blew a 4-1 lead, so they can't do that tonight.
Well, no, and I would give them credit for staying with it. Listen, you blow a 4-1 lead, but that one just didn't have the feel like some of the other ones have had, where you're like, I've seen this episode before, and there's another turnover, and there's a 2-on-1, and it's a little bit of a disaster. That one didn't have the feel like that. But another thing about playing against a really good team, going into that game with a goaltender in your net that hasn't been great this season, you need to find a way to play with a lot of confidence. And when a goaltender's not playing great, sometimes it's harder to play with that confidence, because you know that all the mistakes you make, there's a very good chance those are going to come back to hurt you. So that's something the Leafs are going to have to be conscious of here tonight. Regardless of who's behind you, play with confidence, because this Vancouver team is going to play with a lot of confidence with the way things are going for them.
Yeah, so just looking at both teams entering the ice surface and getting all set, and there is that Nylander swiping the pucks off the board? Yeah. So he got to do that. I don't know if that's some sort of a tradition, but a lot of guys they skated by the pile of pucks and nobody touched them.
No, I think because Ryan Reeves has been doing that, Jimmy. He's been the guy who sets everything up in warm-up. So, You know what? We'll keep an eye on who's taking the charge in warm-up here, distributing the pucks. I was also going to say, if you take the TTC to the games, then you get to deal out the pucks for warm-up.
Oh, well, it is the better way.
Apparently.
This is Leafs Game Night at TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
SiriusXM NFL Radio's Sunday Drive takes you to live action of every NFL game, so you never miss a big play.
He's sacked by Parsons.
Follow the entire league without changing the channel.
Kansas City in position to add to the lead. Back there we go now, Chiefs Radio.
Touchdown, Kansas City.
Plus, you'll hear fantasy football updates and post-game interviews. The Sunday Drive brings the NFL to you. Sundays noon to 8 Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. 24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stelling. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender, could have a ton of success there.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado reporting. The Canucks and Leafs going through their warm-ups. And to understand what's going on with the Canucks, we have Harman Dial now, Canucks writer for The Athletic. Harman, welcome. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. Canucks versus Leafs on Saturday night. There's nothing better than that.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this turnaround, from a distance, disaster a year ago, and now, I mean, everything's going right. How would you describe how they corrected this?
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's everything kind of going right for this team. I mean, right at the top of the lineup, Vancouver Stars have been sensational. I mean, Elias Pettersson right at the top of the leaderboard for points. Quinn Hughes stepping up, leading defenseman in points, but also showing outstanding defensive play. He's been Vancouver's best player so far this season, just single-handedly taking games over. Thatcher Demko has been the best goalie in the NHL, and on top of that, you also have JT Miller sort of centering that second line, which has been a shutdown group for Vancouver. And on top of that, he's already chipped in with 20 points, also near the top of the league lead in points. Plus, Brock Besser is already up to 11 goals, despite only having 18 in all of last year. And then you look down the lineup, and you've had better depth contributions, especially lately for this team. I think with Rick Tocchet coming in, he's made a big impact on helping tighten this team up defensively, because in years past, they were sort of a mess in terms of their structure, in terms of allowing a lot of odd man rushes against. And it just seems like the team is playing to a significantly higher defensive standard as well. Obviously, they're riding a little bit hot in terms of they've got a really high shooting percentage, and they're getting the types of they're getting the type of really, really elite goaltending that will probably cool off at some point. But there's genuine substance here with Vancouver's turnaround.
Harman, you take a look at some of the stats here for the Vancouver Canucks. First in the NHL in goals scored. You take a look at expected goals. They're 24th. So at some point, that's going to have to correct itself. What kind of correction are people going to see here with the Vancouver Canucks at some point?
Yeah, like you alluded to, I think it's more so going to be offensive, just because, of course, their save percentage is really high as well. But Thatcher Demko has proven himself to be one of the elite goaltenders in this league, not to mention Casey DeSmith sort of coming in and being a really solid upgrade as backup. So I'm not so much worried about the defensive regression, even though that will cool off as well. But offensively, yeah, I think especially at 5-on-5, this team is going to need to find a way to generate more. It's been important that lately the team's getting more depth contributions in the bottom six, but overall, I think when you look at this team, they need to, I think, in order to sustain their offensive gains, they need to prove they can create offense outside of just the forecheck. I think the forecheck is an area where when they go up against a team and they can force the opposition's defensemen into turnovers, they feast on those opportunities, but they aren't necessarily a team that creates a lot off the rush. So that's going to be, I think, integral to sort of keep an eye on, because as you alluded to, they aren't generating a ton. I mean, you even look at the game the other night for Vancouver going up against Ottawa. They scored, I believe, five goals on 16 shots. Like, that's not going to happen for you every night. And that's where I think you're also leaning on the power play to sort of be a get-out-of-jail card, because it's been so deadly. And I think even if you're not the most prolific 5-on-5 offense, if you can continue to have an elite power play, that can sort of at least help you stave off, some type of offensive regression.
How important has Philip Hronek been for this Vancouver Canucks blue line? And I think when the trade was made, a lot of people instantly thought, well, he's going to have to drive his own pair because he needs to spread players out through the lineup. It's not the deepest D-core, but now Hronek and Hughes are playing together, and they've been fantastic. And it seems like Tyler Myers has been slotted better on the second pair with Carson Soucy, and the third pair of Cole and Friedman just kind of plays this quiet, efficient game. But Hronek seems to be the catalyst for allowing everyone to be slotted better on the blue line.
Yeah, he's been a perfect fit so far on Vancouver's blue line. They needed a right-handed stud that could play in all situations. Hronek logs massive minutes. Obviously, points-wise, it's impressive to have a guy be right around the point per game mark when he doesn't even sniff first unit power play. And that's a testament, I think, to how well he's meshed with Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes has said straight up that he's never had a partner like Hronek before, where typically I think with Hughes he's played with partners, like a Luke Chen, for instance, or Chris Tanev earlier in his career, where they're more defensively oriented, more stay-at-home guys, whereas Hronek is really talented offensively as well. He can move the puck. He's able to get Hughes a lot more touches in the offensive zone. And on top of that, Hronek has been just as dependable in his own end, breaking up plays, stopping cycles, defending the rush, an active stick around the slot. And that pair with Hughes and Hronek, it's thoroughly impressive to me how little they've surrendered defensively, considering the type of matchups and huge minutes that they're logging. Because, look, when you have Hughes and Hronek, you expect them to deliver elite results offensively. But the defensive side, to have that on top of what they're delivering offensively has been extremely impressive.
Harman, I think it's a marvelous story just because of where Vancouver was a year ago and where some other Canadian teams are right now. But there was kind of a mess there. I mean, is there absolutely no residue from that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised at how hot the team has started. I think having a start like this is important, I think, to at least try and wipe the slate clean organizationally, because for 3 straight years, this organization had been awful out of the gate, and basically their playoff hopes were done a month into the season, and they just couldn't afford to be stuck in those same muddy waters. And I think heading into the season, you could just sense that there was a different level of urgency from this core group. I mean, it struck me how passionately Quinn Hughes in preseason, for example, was talking about how that as a core, him, Pettersson, Demko, all those guys, Besser, they're not young guys anymore. They realize that they're getting up there in their mid-20s and that it's time to deliver the results, that future potential isn't enough anymore. And I think you're seeing a group that has just realized that it's now or never in terms of getting things back on track, that you only get so many chances with a core before management sort of has to decide that this isn't working. We got to blow things up. And I think that sort of added level of urgency has been evident in the buy-in that we've seen with the demanding way that Rick Tocchet wants his team to play.
Harman, we always joke around here in Toronto that when visiting teams come to town and the coach has a message that they want to get across, they sort of use Toronto as a way to amplify that message. And Rick Tocchet had a glowing review for Sam Lafferty today, just talking about how he could have a long career in Vancouver and all the guys love him and he really fits with the team. Like, what have Vancouver fans and Rick Tocchet seen out of Sam Lafferty since joining the team?
He's been excellent. I mean, with Teddy Bluger out, the Canucks were missing a center, so the Canucks just sort of slid Lafferty into the fourth-line center role, and he's been terrific. He's brought something different to Vancouver's lineup with this combination of speed and some size, because Vancouver's forward group isn't the biggest, so to have his ability to jump in on the forecheck, use his size to drive the net even on the counterattack off the rush. He's chipped in with secondary offense. He's already picked up 3 goals and in 6 points. He's been really effective driving play. Just such a versatile piece. And especially recently, the Canucks have had, a few games where they've started a little bit slow out of the gate. And oftentimes it's been that Lafferty line that's dragged the rest of the team into the fight, where whether it's after the other team scores and has a little bit of momentum, and it's the bottom six sort of having a heavy shift in the offensive zone to win back momentum or drawing a penalty. They've been an essential piece of the puzzle, and Lafferty has been such a fantastic fit in Vancouver's bottom six.
Armin, thanks for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Armin Dial, Canucks writer for The Athletic. Glowing report there. Some changes to the Leafs lineup, and that might be some guys that you're going to keep an eye on tonight, Frankie C.
Yes, guys. So, taking a look at who we're going to keep an eye on for the Toronto Maple Leafs. 2 players coming into the lineup, John Klingberg and Bobby McMann. And I thought John Klingberg was hurt. Didn't we hear that yesterday, that he was dealing some... Is he all right? Is he ready to go?
I guess he was in pain, but not hurt.
It's
I guess.
Exactly. So it sounds like John Klingberg's coming into the lineup. He's going to replace Simon Benoit. And Benoit's done a pretty good job since being called up from the Marlies. But it'll be up to John Klingberg, like similar to how we talked about with Ilya Samsonov having a responsibility here to make some saves tonight and put together a good performance. Last time I checked, John Klingberg makes just over $4 million. He has to play like some kind of semblance of a player that makes that kind of money and bring something to the table for this team. And you can't just be sheltered every single night. There is some responsibility that lies on his shoulders, and a great opportunity to see Bobby McMann, a player who we saw last season. A lot of us were impressed by the way he plays, and he's been hurt throughout the summer, hurt throughout training camp, goes down to the Marlies, gets off to a great start, and now he gets his shot here on the fourth line with Noah Gregor and David Camp. So 2 players for the Leafs that we're going to watch. 1 player specifically we really want to watch for the Vancouver Canucks. Jimmy, any guesses as to who that would be?
Mr. Hughes.
Absolutely. Quinn Hughes. Yeah. No player has had the puck on their stick this season in the NHL more than Quinn Hughes. This guy has been legit. He's top 5 in NHL scoring, not just D scoring, NHL scoring. He's been really fun to watch, and he's so dynamic on the blue line. Watch him tonight, the way he carries the puck up the ice. Such an exciting player. He's got what I call the ooh and ah factor, Jimmy. You know what that is?
What guy?
When he does something on the ice and the crowd goes ooh or ah, that's what Quinn Hughes has, and he does it multiple times a game.
I mean, if we had a studio audience, we might generate that same response
here.
But
we might.
We might, yeah. I'm interested in the tandem just because Hronek was acquired for a first-round draft pick, who's a pretty good prospect in Detroit now, another right-handed shooting defenseman. But, I mean, there was a mess there. They go out and make a trade. Hronek was injured last year, so they didn't see him much. He had a shoulder problem. But now with Hughes, it's a great tandem, and you love to have a nice 1-1-8 tandem.
Well, you need that, and that's the thing. Like, when I look at the Leaf blue line, that's the kind of player Morgan Rielly has needed for a long time. Yeah. He's never had the opportunity to play with a guy like Filip Hronek, a 1B who can play on the top pair, that you can put that pairing on the ice 25 minutes a night. Well, 25's aggressive, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like, get them out there, really run them through the game. He doesn't have that. He's had TJ Brody, who's fine. He had Ron Haynes. He had Matt Hunwick, like Nikita Zaitsev. He's never had a player like Filip Hronek. And the Vancouver Canucks are seeing great results because they have a top 4 led by those 2 guys that they could roll over and get out there and really run through the game.
Years ago, and I'm going back 30 years, when I did games for Global, I would stand along the boards with Pat Burns when he coached the Leafs prior to the game, and he would look out there and go, nah, they don't have it. I don't like this.
Oh, is that right?
And he could read. A good coach should be able to read a workout. What I just saw to Vancouver was those guys had fun down there.
Right.
They're ripping the puck off the post and dancing around. I don't know if I like this.
I'm not even joking. I've had coaches come in after warm-up and say that exact thing. And say, like, guys were screwing around in warm-up, and it looks casual, and they don't have a good feeling going into the first period. And you know what would happen so often? We'd go out there and have a great first period. I can't tell you how many times.
Reverse psychology. Burnsy was pretty accurate with his assessment, I could tell you.
Yeah, maybe. You want to hear a goofy story?
Yes, guy.
So my coach in Vancouver, Willie Desjardins, the players on the team, it was more of a veteran team. They were trying to advocate for optional morning skates. His resolution to that was, okay, we can do optional morning skates, but the warm-up, you have to go hard. like you have to go really hard in the warm-up before the game. And he was out there looking to make sure guys were skating hard. It was the goofiest thing I've ever seen, because all of a sudden guys are doing stops and starts and bag skating themselves in warm-up. Didn't make any difference. Just be ready when the puck drops at 7 o'clock or 7:08 or tonight, whatever it is,
7:15 because of the Remembrance Day ceremonies. Did it work, though? Was it effective?
No, it wasn't effective. Guys thought it was goofy. No one wanted to do that. No one wanted to go out there and bag themselves in warm-up.
I wish you could see the look on Frankie C's face.
God.
What do you have for a parlay?
All right, here we go. Our FanDuel parlay. We have Nylander 4+ shots on goal. I think he's averaging like 6 shots on goal over his last 5 games. Brock Besser, who we talked about, has 11 goals through 13 games this season, 3+ shots on goal. And we have the under of 7.5. What a line. You give us 7.5, we're taking the under. That parlay on FanDuel plays plus 367. Jimmy.
Okay. Do you think? I mean, I said earlier it might be 3-2, but after watching the Canucks warm up, I don't know about that.
So you think it's a little loose over there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really?
They were having fun. You don't usually see that.
Here's the thing about hockey. You're allowed to have fun. It's good to have fun. You actually play your best when you're having fun out there. When you're out there stiff as a board, shout out stiff. When you're a stiff out there, you don't really play very well. So it's nice.
I know, but usually, in this case, they're on part of a road trip, so you think there'd be some sort of lag. But, boy, they look sprite out there.
Well, you know what is interesting about the Canucks? They usually go on these 14-day road trips where they play 6 or 7 games. This is a fairly quick road trip for them. They're playing 3 games, and they're catching all 3 teams, Ottawa, Toronto, and Montreal, all on back-to-back nights. So it's a very good opportunity for them to go 2-1 or maybe even 3-0 on this trip. And they're a team that's playing very well. They're right behind the Vegas Golden Knights in the Pacific Division. And the Leafs will have their hands full on a number of fronts tonight. Keeping the puck out of their net is going to be first and foremost number one. Finding some offense against a goaltender in Thatcher Demko, who's been outstanding this season. And the Vancouver Canucks power play, like you indicated, has been very good. And the Leafs penalty kill, last I checked, has been struggling out of the gate, Jimmy.
Yeah, they're at 72%. And the power play for the Canucks is 33%. And so you could look at this and go, well, the Leafs played last night. Maybe they're tired. It doesn't always work that way.
It doesn't always work that way. And sometimes the team that played the night before, they're the ones who get off to the better start because it's almost like they're warmed up. They're ready to go. They're still in the same zone they're locked in from the night before. And maybe that's the case today. And that would be great if you were the Leafs because, as you know, they've been giving up a lot of goals here on home ice, specifically in the first period. So if they could get off to a good start tonight and carry that momentum through the game, maybe they find a way to stifle this Vancouver offense. As you know, they're scoring a lot, but they're scoring on their chances. It seems like every chance they get is ending up in the back of the net. At some point, that's going to have to correct itself. Jimmy, you think it happens tonight? I'm not convinced of that yet for 2 reasons. You know why?
Yeah.
Samsonov in net,
yeah.
Klingberg on the blue line. Those guys need to pull their weight today. Okay, I know people are saying, everyone's been very critical of John Klingberg. You make $4 million in the NHL, the team expects something from you. Your teammates, your coaching staff, the GM that signs you, everyone expects you to pull your weight a little bit here. Tonight would be a great opportunity with all the noise all week long for John Klingberg to step in here and have a cleaner, quieter, more efficient game and maybe give us a little offense from the blue line because ultimately that's what he's here for. But a great opportunity for the Leafs tonight against a very good Vancouver Canucks team.
Yeah, that's extremely well said. And, of course, if Samsonov was to regain his form and not let in any freebies, that would be a distinct advantage as well. So we'll set up the opening face-off for you next. This is Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega-calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ann and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibes. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with Certainty Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from Certainty. Pro all the way.
Let's get jerseys. Let's get jerseys.
Right now, become a Tangerine client with a savings account and you could get a free Raptors jersey.
We want jerseys.
Finally, a savings account worth cheering for.
Jerseys. Jerseys.
Find out how to score a jersey at tangerine.ca/Raptors. Tangerine. That's forward banking. Available to new clients who open and fund an eligible account while supplies last. Conditions apply.
Last night you would be correct to point out the Leafs blew a 4-1 lead, but they did win in a shootout, and it is 2 points, but it's more than that. Big moment for Max Domi. William Nylander was dominant. Third line looked good, and the hope is that will push the Leafs to bigger and better performances. The question, Guy, is will it? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And spending Saturday night at home to the high-flying Vancouver Canucks. Welcome to Molson Canadian Leafs hockey, live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado with you. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Rouse standing by. The starting lineup is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. So here is the lineup, Frankie C. We have Matthews between Marner and Nyes. Tavares between Nylander and Bertuzzi. Domi centering Yarncrook and Robertson. Cam centering McMahon and Gregor. On the blue line, the pairings are Riley Brody, Gio McCabe, Ligeson, and Klingberg. Samsonov starts in goal. What do you make of all that?
Yes, Guy. Why don't we start on the top line, and let's go to no more Mr. Nyes guy, Jimmy. And what I mean by that is Matthew Nyes, let's see a little nastiness from him playing on the top line. This would be a great opportunity for him to kind of impose himself on this game physically and get involved in the play with 34 at 16 at 5-on-5. I thought the second line of Tavares, Nylander, and Bertuzzi had their best night together as a line. Last night, we saw Sheldon Keefe go to that line a lot after TV timeouts in the third period, an indicator that Sheldon Keefe thought that line was going. The third line has looked the best it's looked since Max Domi, Nick Robertson, and Calle Yarncrook have been united on that line. They've looked great, and we're starting to see an identity form on that third line, which is very important. And speaking of an identity, Bobby McMahon, play to your identity tonight. 6'2", 210 pounds. Play like it. Be physical, go into the corners, find ways to come off the wall with the puck, and be a fourth line that can play in the offensive zone and chew up offensive zone minutes. On the blue line, we're going to see Jake McCabe play his offside again. Jimmy, to be honest with you, it looked like he struggled playing the right side. We've only seen him play the left side here in Toronto so far, so maybe there's a little bit of an adjustment period there. And John Klingberg comes back into the lineup, replacing Simon Benoit. He's going to play on the third pair with William Lagesson. Lagesson has been smart. He's been steady. He's kept his game clean and efficient. It's up to John Klingberg to do the same tonight. And, of course, Ilya Samsonov. One job, Jimmy, just make the save.
Absolutely. Well said. So a reminder, this is Remembrance Day. And Mike Ross, the PA announcer, will take over in about 10 minutes' time. There's a nice ceremony honoring our armed forces, past and present, and we thank them and their families for what they've done for us to give us the freedom that we enjoy. Here is Sheldon Keefe, the head coach of the Leafs, on Bobby McMahon's status.
Now on the Leafs Radio Network, Maple Leafs head coach Sheldon Keefe.
And tonight? Yeah. Bobby will he'll replace Reeves in the lineup tonight. So it's Bobby's a guy that we've liked for a while here now. It's training camp, preseason. Obviously, we're disrupted with his injury and not being available for us till really late. But we've always liked with this size and speed that he brings, and playing here on a back-to-back against a team like Vancouver, I think can help us.
Last year, he came so close to scoring many occasions. Just had the one assist, but
He was all around the net.
Yeah, he was all around the net. He's all around the puck on the forecheck, too. Like that, I think his greatest asset is, in addition to just the speed down the wing to be able to generate shots and scoring chances, is speed to get onto the puck first on the forecheck is very helpful for any line that he's on.
Said Ryan's had a little bit of bad luck right now last night. What's your message to him? Tell him it's not
just that we want to give him the night off and just give him a chance to clear his head a bit. These things as they start to pile up, whether you break it down and whether the goals are your fault or not, it piles up as you're pulling pucks out of your net when you're on the ice. So that can be a challenge for sure. So, just kind of telling him to clear his head, get a good skate today, and we'll take it from here.
What's your sense of where Ilya's at, having had a few days here to try and get things in order?
Yeah, I think he's worked his way through it. We feel good about the time of him and the extra time with Curtis. So, I think he should be excited to play tonight. He's going to have tough competition on the other side, both with their team and the goaltender in the other net. So, I think he's excited to go, and he's responded really well over his time here in these types of situations. So expect the same tonight.
Why do you think it's looked so different from Max in the middle?
I think there's a couple things. The first, and the reason why we did it is just to get him skating, get him off the ball, and get him flying to the middle of the ice. So that seems to have happened, that his feet are moving with greater regularity, and he's using his asset that he has with that pace. But I think it's also just the way it's come together with Robertson and Yarncroc. Robertson in particular, I think Max is really like he's a give and go type, and Robertson's skating with Max, and he's got that. And Max is finding him, and Yarny's a good complement to all of that give and go game. He gets to space as well. He scored some great goals and kind of finishing off sequences between Nick and Max, and then also obviously the defensive piece. But we saw a real positive trend in Max's game before we put him in center in terms of his defensive game, the work he was doing away from the puck. And last night, might have been the best that it's been in that regard. And it's all just kind of coming together. But the development of that line has changed a lot of things for us.
Any further update on John Klingberg's stats?
Yeah, he's continues to be bothered here. I think avoiding the back-to-back for him, I think was helpful and important for us. But he is available tonight, and he'll go for us here tonight. Something we're gonna have to continue to manage for him, but he's able to work through it and putting the back-to-back. I think was good for him, and we'll get him here tonight, and then the schedule lets up quite a bit for us. So we'll take it from here. Correct.
What's the biggest challenge you see in the Canucks?
Probably just the confidence that they have right now. So as a team, they've got real belief in what they're doing. Things have gone really well for them, and they've earned that. It seems, that they're both, first, they defend really well, they're getting elite goaltending, and then it seems everything that they shoot is going in the net. So, do all that you can to reduce their opportunities to score because they're really feeling it on offense. It seems like they don't need a lot of chances to be able to score. So that's that. Stay in the penalty box and do a job on the penalty kill, too. It's an elite power play. So all those kind of things, they're a significant challenge, but one in which I expect our guys to meet.
Vancouver Canucks, and really what the Leafs have to do, Frankie C, in my opinion, is stop presenting opportunities,
yes,
and letting in the odd soft goal.
Well, I think the way you put that is like the Vancouver Canucks are going to generate certain opportunities, but don't feed into it. Don't turn the puck over at the blue line. Don't be careless with it. Let's protect the middle of the ice, protect the front of the net, because as you know, Ilya Samsonov is still trying to find his game. This D-core still isn't as robust and physical as you would like maybe in front of the net, but you can counteract all that. You really can. You can keep shots to the outside. You can limit grade A opportunities. You can make the right decisions with the puck, and if you do that, more often than not, over the course of a 60-minute game, you will have opportunities to win that game because you have the offense that the Toronto Maple Leafs have. You have the best goal scorer in the game right now in Austin Matthews. You have one of the best players in the game right now in William Nylander, who's in the top 5 in scoring in the NHL. So there's a lot going well for this team. If they can find ways to limit their deficiencies defensively, they'll have a great opportunity against this Canucks team.
As you look at the Leafs situation, I mean, there are things certainly up front. I don't know if you'd say it from the blue line in, but from the forward unit, they're all tracking in the right direction. You talked about Nyes, nice fit on that top line. Bertuzzi finding his way. The third line is starting to knit together. And if McMahon can solidify that fourth line, that would be a major accomplishment.
Did you like when I said no more Mr. Nyes guy?
Yeah. And you know about humor. If you have to explain it, it's not funny.
Thank you. You've told me that before. But you see what I mean with Matthew Nyes? It's like he's a bigger body. He's playing with some good players, and he makes plays out there. For him to take his game to the next level, he needs to bring that kind of like Zach Hyman plus element. You know what I mean? Where he kind of imposes his will on you physically, and he's so good at bringing the puck off the wall. He's so good at separating players, getting through their arms and finding ways to separate them. If he can do that more often, it's just going to lead to more chances for Mitch Marner to dish the puck to Austin Matthews. Going to lead for more chances for Austin Matthews in the offensive zone, so he doesn't have to worry about creating off the rush as much. So Matthew Nyes can provide a big element for that line. To his credit, he's done a great job since being put on that first line. But one of the more encouraging things is where that second line is going. Tyler Bertuzzi hasn't looked this good since being a Maple Leaf. It seems like he's finding a home now with Tavares and Nylander. And to be honest with you, how could you not with the way Nylander's playing right now?
Absolutely. I mean, he is a dominant hockey player, to say the very least. What I like about Nyes is he's able to find Matthews on a blind pass.
Exactly, and that's the thing that's so impressive is the fact that he can make plays. He's not just a space filler on that line. He can make plays. He's a big body. He knows how to use his body. Jimmy, we always talk about this term identity crisis. There's some players that don't know exactly what they are. Matthew Nyes knows how big he is, and he uses it, and he could probably use it a little bit more. And that'll come as time goes on here and he gets more comfortable, but he's looked great. And speaking of looking great, Max Domi looks great as the third-line center. It just seems like he's unlocked his skating a little bit more. He's not thinking on the ice. It's a little more instinctual, and that's great news for the rest of the players on the third line, Nick Robertson and Calle Jarnkrok, because now that can bring out the best of their game.
Okay, about a minute before we hand it over to Mike Ross at the PA booth, in terms of the team identity or the team DNA, are you okay with where it's going?
Well, it has to start going in that direction at some point, and sometimes it's crawl before you walk, before you can run. So if we're in that stage from crawling to walking, that's okay. At some point, you want to get to that stage where you're in a full-on sprint, and you can do it for the rest of the season. They're building that foundation now. It hasn't been a great start to the season defensively, but at some point, you need to keep taking steps in the right direction. Last night was a step in the right direction. I thought primarily they did a really good job of keeping Calgary's chances to the outside of the ice. They didn't give them a ton on the interior of the ice. Now is a great challenge to do it 2 nights in a row on a back-to-back against a very good team here in Vancouver that all they do is fill the back of the net. So if you do get caught, you're going to pay against this team.
Yeah, the Canucks 8-1 their last 9. They're 5-2 on the road, which is where they are tonight at Scotia 1050 in the Leafs Radio Network.
With the Colts and Patriots playing 5,000 miles away in Frankfurt, Germany, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to not only help you win, but also to teach you the local language. Fantasy football.
Fantasy football.
Belichick in Lederhosen.
Belichick tragt Lederhosen.
Set your lineups by 9:30 a.m. in the East.
Stellen Sie Ihre Aufstellungen bis 39 Uhr ein.
On Fantasy Sports Radio or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Hören Sie nicht auf, Sirius XM 87 Fantasy Sports Radio und die Sirius XM App zu hören.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. 24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys, but Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Another outstanding job done by the Game Ops people here in recognizing November the 11th and Remembrance Day. And the introduction of, the sad part about it, obviously, is we're losing people that did fight in the world wars back. And then to see 90 years of age, 100 years of age, and looking good. And your heart just goes out to them and what they did. And they, it's been called the greatest generation. And there is absolutely no question that it was. The one gentleman goes through the Second World War and then goes to Korea. It just, the heroics and the heroism that went on is just mind-boggling. And it's nice to be a part of it as we get the game started with the puck drop and the Leafs to the right and the Vancouver Canucks to the left as it's played down into the Toronto zone, and the first shot on goal is stopped by Ilya Samsonov, who comes in with a record of 2-1-2, a 4.11 goals against average, and we've got Bertuzzi in a bit of a shoving match in front of the net. Nothing more seems to develop. Thatcher Demko, he is off to the best start of any goaltender in this league. He is 7-2-0, 1.61, 9.48 save percentage, and the Vancouver Canucks are red hot.
Yeah, franchise best start for Vancouver, 10-2-1 coming in, including 5-2 on the road. The two regulation losses, Joe, were back-to-back on the road. And since then, Demko has won 7 straight and given up a grand total of 7 goals in that stretch.
Played out at center ice by Bertuzzi to Nylander. Speaking of hot, Willie Nylander is about as warm as you can get.
He is circling back into his own zone and then made a bad pass up the middle, but a long shoot in is easily gloved by Samsonov. And so another face-off in the Toronto zone. Face-off brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan, Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca.
The great thing about this weekend as well, there's Remembrance Day, but Hall of Fame weekend. We've seen Chuck Caton.
Yes.
Still
Chuckles in the building.
In the Broadcast Association, and just seen so many great legends in the history of this great sport that are in town for the weekend and for the ceremonies on Monday.
Draw to the left in the Toronto zone. Miller lost the draw, and it is McCabe for the Maple Leafs. Reversing the puck now, and here's Giordano starting out of his own zone. Passed it ahead. Nice, knocks it in over the line.
Oh, no. This could be a
Never
tough
mind,
night.
oh no, oh yes.
This was two guys turning towards the boards in a race for the puck. The Vancouver player went down, and Matthew Nyes is getting a tripping penalty. And Sheldon Keefe is looking at the replay on his tablet over on the Leaf bench, and that's not going to make him feel any better. Stick does get between the legs, and that's going to be enough as Roenick goes down.
41 seconds in, the penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks.
Boy, they just showed Roenick on the Leaf bench, Joe, and he had a sly little grin on his face as if to say, got him.
Yep. And the power play here for Vancouver. 16 of 49. They have been red hot. 10 of 28. Pass to the near side. Gobbled up by Miller. Back to the blue line. Hughes to the left wing. It's back to Hughes. Now to Miller. Back to Hughes again, but off his skate. He'll hold at the blue line. Works along the wall. Dropping it off for Brock Besser. A shot. That went just wide. Canucks get it back to the point. Hughes down into the corner. Looking for a man in front of the net. It comes back to Hughes at the point. Shot was blocked by Marner, who is slow to get up and just does get to the Leaf bench as the Leafs send it out and down the ice. Canucks back in their own zone to organize. They drop it off and play it up ahead now for Besser. In on the right side, Kuzmenko sends it off on the left wing. It'll come back to the blue line. Kept alive, Kuzmenko back to the point again. Fed off on the wing then by a long shot that is swallowed up as Hughes got it over there on the wing. And Samsonov is called upon to make his third save of the game.
Again, not a lot of protection right in front of Samsonov. As Jake McCain kind of was forced to go charging out, or part of it was Legason had to go charging out to the right point. And Samsonov had to pick it up through a screen. Unfortunately, no rebound.
3 games and 5 nights for the Maple Leafs. Roenick gets it off to the near side. Beauvillier works in with a pass that was partially deflected by Riley, but it'll be trapped on the far side. Played back to the point then by Mikheyev. Back into the corner. Centering pass in front. Big save by Samsonov. It comes back to the blue line. Garland with a shot. Samsonov down. And Ilya Samsonov has been forced to be good, and he has been here in the early going.
Well, you brought it up. This power play, 10 for 28 in the 6 games previous coming into this one. Still only 4th overall in the National Hockey League, but it's heated up. Like you said, they lose back-to-back games on the road, and since then have gone on more than a heater. Although still not first in their division.
No, draw scrum. Soucy keeps it into the far side. Played down into the corner. Trying to move with it there is Connor Garland. Played it back into the corner, and the Leafs intercepted, and it's sent out and down the ice. As Nylander got it down, scored his first shorthanded goal the other night. Now brought to center by Soucy. Fed in on the left wing and chipped into the corner by Sam Lafferty. Penalty has expired. Leafs are back at even strength. Lagesson tied his man up, but now the Canucks try to center in front. It's pushed ahead, and here's Nylander coming through neutral ice. Works in on the left wing, pulls up. works to the top of the circles, lets the shot go in traffic, and it was deflected just wide. A rebound cleared high but knocked down. Here's Giordano. Had it knocked away before he could get the shot away. Down the boards, Yarncrook. Back to the net, Matthews. Matthews circles into the far corner. Comes out to the top of the circles, a shot. And Demko makes his first save of the game. Canucks getting it out. Domi knocked it back in. It's a delayed offside. He'll tag up, and the Canucks have it back in the defensive zone as they start out with it. Ronick. A pass partially blocked by Domi, but now played off on the wing and into the Leaf end. Toronto with a bank pass, and stumbling there was Yarncrook, and the pass went right by him and turns into an icing.
Well, the Vancouver Canucks have missed the playoffs 3 consecutive seasons coming into this one, and 7 of the last 8. They found themselves outside of the playoffs. Even for Rick Tocchet behind the bench, has only coached 1 playoff series in his 7 previous tries behind the bench. That was Arizona a few years ago. Didn't make the playoffs with Tampa. And it's going to be interesting to see if the Canucks can really keep this up. I mean, they're eventually going to hit a bit of a wall, go through some tough times, and it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to sustain what they've done so far.
Robertson sends it in. He's interfered with there by Myers, but the puck comes around on the boards, and former Leaf Ilya Mikheyev gets it ahead for Pettersson. Pettersson had it knocked away. The Leafs get it back out at center. Quickly sent right back down into the zone by Kuzmenko. And around on the boards, the Leafs push it out into neutral ice and get it ahead. Robertson tried to relay it to Domi, but it was intercepted. Myers drops it in over the line. Mikheyev shot is blocked. Played down into the corner. Round back of the net it goes. Bobby McMahon in his first game for the Leafs here this season. David Camp got nailed there, and now we've got a fight started. Joshua hit Camp, and it's Giordano in throwing punches. So the game that Ryan Reeves is not dressed, it's Mark Giordano taking the cause. And both players are up against the fence. Giordano gets it right in there and nailed him right on the button. Joshua trying to come back. Giordano's helmet off. And now the linesmen move in. 40-year-old Mark Giordano is full of fight.
I don't believe there was a penalty being called, was there, Joe?
No, not that I saw.
It was well behind the play that David Camp got taken down, and that's why Giordano saw it. And Giordano went after him. But boy, did he... Yeah, it was more, I mean, it was a fairly clean hit. You can argue that it was a little bit late, but I think if you saw it in real time, you're going to say it was a real hit. Is Giordano getting the instigator?
Well, he looks like he's arguing the case, and I did not hear the announcement from the official. And so far, nothing more has been put up on the board.
Okay, now we get back into that tricky area when Brad Marchand trips Timothy Liljegren, and they say nobody responded. Nobody responded. Okay, Mark Giordano responds, and Vancouver scores in the power play. How many people are going to say
adjudicate?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you're right. But you know what? This is game whatever.
Yeah.
I say good. No, I think you have to do that. I really do. And I if I'm on the bench, this means a lot more to me, right? As far as Mark Giordano is going in there to do this. So maybe it just spurs your penalty killers to block a few more shots here in the next couple of minutes, if in fact they are going to be a man short.
And I will admit, after being able to watch the replay, it wasn't a dirty play. It wasn't a dirty hit. But Giordano, although David Camp appears to be cut at his left cheek, and Sheldon Keefe has just given it to the officials right now, the Leafs are going to have to throw somebody else in the box.
And they will. David Camp is back to take the face-off, though. So the second power play coming as a result.
Very seldom do you see the instigator called. Yeah, even though I agree, Giordano instigated the fight, right?
Yep.
But it is not called a lot.
A shot blocked by the Leafs. Pushed out at center ice now by Marner. Couldn't flip it over Hughes. Hughes being chased back to the goal by Camp. And the young phenom defenseman, leading all defensemen in scoring thus far, gets it to center. Actually, the Hughes family's having a hell of a season. Sent around the boards to the far side. Trapped there by Miller and sent into the corner. Good hit in there by McCabe. It certainly got everybody spurred on here. Near side now for Kuzmenko. Kuzmenko's pass goes around the boards to the far point. Into the slot. It'll come to the near side for Pettersson. Back for Hughes. Hughes to the left wing side. A shot in front. The backhand in front of the goal. That was blocked. Kemp taken to the boards. The puck comes back to the blue line to Hughes. Near side Pettersson. Back to Hughes. Hughes on the wing and a shot scores. Connor Garland makes it 1-0 Vancouver. Check that. Miller, 8, not 9. Or 9, not 8.
And I know it's a screen, but another goal from long range. Well above the top of the left wing circle. Brock Besser was in front. And we talked about this. So you stand up and find yourself down 1-0. And this was after Jake McCabe did a great job of blocking shots in front. And I mean, I think this one's got to be stopped, Joe. There's a little bit of traffic, more traffic in front.
Yeah, he went off his glove, but it looked like he saw it. Now, Giordano is gone to the Leaf dressing room from the penalty box. But the Canucks have a 1-0 lead on a power play goal. Their 17th of the season. But when you're playing 3 games in 5 nights, not a bad idea to get the temperature up a little bit in the game. So we'll see how it transpires from this point on. Lagesson sending it into the zone. Ronick sending it around the boards. Brought in over the line by Höglander. Down into the slot. A shot. That was deflected wide of the lead goal. Leafs pressing here with Lagesson up against the boards in the Toronto zone as it comes back on the wing. Myers sends it into the far corner. Now shot on goal. Stopped by Samsonov. And my goodness, the Vancouver Canucks are going to get a penalty for knocking down William Nylander.
This might be a little bit on the soft side as well, but the Leafs are being outshot 7-1 or on 1-for-2 in the penalty kill. Will go to their first power play of the night.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Kelly Clarkson here, everybody. Get ready for the Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Connecting the music she loves.
Everything from Rosemary Clooney to Aerosmith.
The music she's inspired by.
The Queen, y'all. Aretha Franklin. Possibly my biggest influence vocally.
And her own award-winning catalog.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's what you're going to get here. So you're welcome in advance. My SiriusXM channel.
The Kelly Clarkson Connection.
Channel 12. And on the SiriusXM app. Free with all trials and popular plans.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. He scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Miller's ninth from Hughes and Pedersen. For Hughes, that is point number 22 on the season, his 17th assist.
That also extends his point streak to 14 points in his last 6 games now.
Face off to the right in the Vancouver zone. Scrum, but controlled by the Canucks, and then snapped out and down the ice.
Elias Pettersson has now an 8-game point streak, 15 points in the stretch.
Leafs come to center with Klingberg, getting it up on the left wing, then it's dropped back. Matthews to the line, in on the right side to Nylander. Nylander closes, took a shot from a sharp angle. It comes around on the boards, trapped by Tavares. In along the boards now for Nylander. Down low, centering pass. Sent there by Marner, but it was fanned on. And it is cleared out and down the ice by Vancouver.
The Canucks do have a couple of short-handed goals this season. JT Miller has one, Tyler Myers has the other.
Klingberg dropping it off, and now Matthews comes through neutral ice to Marner. Across the line for Tavares. Stops up at the half wall. Down into the corner and back of the net goes Marner. Marner holds, looking for Tavares. Nope, comes to Nylander. Nylander down low. Marner tried to make a move to come out in front, but lost the handle on it, and the Canucks send it out and down the ice. They're 4th in the league, or check that, 16th in the league in penalty kill. Morgan Riley, second unit on the ice. Domi across the line. Bertuzzi down the boards. Domi trying to free it up. It's chopped back at the net. Quickly cleared out and down the ice by Suter. 25 seconds left to go in the power play. 1-0 Vancouver. Through center comes Riley. Then he looked like he could have taken it right into the zone, but then, oh no, I've got to stop and drop it back. I mean, sometimes I think you got to just say, you know what? The old-fashioned way still works too. Here's a pass in front by Yarncrook that was blocked. And centering pass, a shot by Domi blocked. Another shot backhand in front of the net. They score! Take your pick. Yarncrook, nice. All of them. Bertuzzi, we're all banging away at it. I think it's nice.
The first one to the bench for the high fives, and it's the second power play unit that comes through. Connor Bertuzzi threw it to the net. It looked like it was going in, but Ian Cole, the defenseman, was playing goal in behind Demko and makes a spectacular right skate save. But fortunately, Matthew Nyes was there as well, and he poked it in.
Initially, you could see that Bertuzzi was trying to bank it off the goaltender's rump.
Nyes
being polite for like his rear end kind of thing.
I think
Robbie, just so you know.
I think that's acceptable. By the way, Matthew Nyes, 4th goal and 8th point of the season. But first goal against a team that wasn't named the Tampa Bay Lightning. Because coming in, he had 6 of his 7 points against Tampa.
So both teams score with their power play. And it's a 1-1 tie.
And now, Giordano's move looks great, doesn't it? I mean, you just hope that he's health-wise, he didn't do anything.
No,
we didn't see him
gone to the dressing room. Yeah,
although he did get a 10-minute misconduct as well.
Yeah.
So.
Puck back in the Toronto zone. Klingberg with a weak pass up in front of his own goal. It comes back behind the net to the side of the goal, pushed into the corner, and the Maple Leafs will get it elevated high to center ice. McMahon hustling down into the corner after it. Played out at center. Beauvillier for Vancouver can't penetrate into the Leaf zone. Morgan Riley back on the left wing it goes. Here's Gregor going around back of the net. Overskated the puck. Bertuzzi moves to help him out. Tavares is in front, but they can't get him the puck. Then it's back along the boards for Mikheyev, who's going to flip it out at center ice, and Morgan Riley takes charge there.
Anyway, the Canucks, who've opened the scoring in this game, 8-0. Perfect in scoring first this season.
Bertuzzi and Domi draw the assists on the goal. Now we're going to have an offside here against. Neither team wanted to touch the puck, and it's whistled down. So Domi and Bertuzzi.
Here's a scary stat, and again, you know, when you come up with these numbers between teams that play in opposite conferences. But the Leafs against Vancouver since the 2014-15 season in this building, the Leafs are 12-1. You just wonder, and you know the numbers against St. Louis. The Leafs have only beaten the Blues once in this building.
Yeah.
Since 1999.
You scratch your head, don't you? Puck in the Toronto zone. Lagesson drops it off. Rink-wide pass was intercepted in the slot. Besser trying to get it off on the wing, but it was knocked back along the boards. DiGiuseppe unable to handle it. Nyes gets it out, but Marner couldn't settle it down. Lagesson to Matthews. Matthews a behind the back pass for Marner, who will scoop it in. And Nyes goes into the corner after it, but it is poked out at center ice by Vancouver. Riley and Klingberg. Riley gets it up on the wing. In over the line it goes. But it is the Canucks who are there to handle it. Ronick playing it up on the wing. And JT Miller now starts back up ice and drops it back and heads to the bench to get a change started. Long shoot in down into the Toronto zone. Klingberg at the side of his own goal. Skates behind the net. Now looks up ice, snaps it ahead for Morgan Riley. Left wing side for Robertson. Robertson in for Domi, tried to center, it was blocked. Comes back to Robertson. Robertson along the boards, out fought for the puck, but then got it freed up, and back into the corner it goes for Domi. Domi double teamed there, but it is pushed off his stick. Domi trying to get it again, and finally grabbed off by Sam Lafferty, the former Leaf, and it is shot down into the Toronto zone. Canucks quite happy with Lafferty. Rick Tocchet saying, I didn't realize he had that kind of neutral zone speed. And, well, he scored, 5 shorthanded goals?
Last year,
Year ago.
3 goals and 6 points to the Vancouver Canucks so far.
Man into the forecheck as it comes around on the boards. Brody backhands it back behind the net for McMahon. Fourth line on the ice here for Toronto. Comes back to the point, quickly fed over now for McCabe. He couldn't send it to the net, sends it into the corner. Lafferty after it now as the puck goes free along the boards. McCabe pinches down, gets it back into the slot area for McMahon. A shot, and into the glove and held by Thatcher Demko to bring a stoppage of play with 7:47 left to go first period. The Leafs won and the Vancouver Canucks won. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've heard that sound before. A basketball going off the backboard and in. A bank shot. Well, that's actually the sound of a fan winning a Raptors jersey. That's the sound of a fan getting a signed Raptors basketball. And that's a fan scoring tickets to the NBA Finals. With the Tangerine Bank Shot contest, every bank shot the Raptors score this season wins a fan a prize. Enter for a chance to win at tangerine.ca/bankshot. Tangerine, that's forward banking.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Toronto Argonauts turned into their own worst enemies here this afternoon, losing to the Montreal Alouettes in the Eastern Final in the Canadian Football League after just a marvelous season. But my goodness, the offense just couldn't get out of its own way. And tough loss in a big crowd at BMO today.
Somewhat similar to Boston last year, just done on this roll in the regular season.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, disappears.
Well, the defense played great, but a lot of turnovers and pick sixes and everything else. Rolling puck in on goal, scooped up by Thatcher.
You know, I know a lot has been made
Thatcher
about...
Demko, rather.
Yeah.
Not Margaret Thatcher. She'd never played goal.
Yeah,
So
Quentin Hughes was obviously having an outstanding season. And you can make the point that they've got one of the best forwards, one of the best defensemen, and one of the best goaltenders in the National Hockey League right now. But just watching that rush by Morgan Riley, what sort of gets lost in how many goals the Leafs have given up and everything is Morgan Riley has been solid. I mean, point-wise, defensively.
Face off to the right in the Vancouver zone. And Tavares wins the draw cleanly to McCabe. He was unable to keep the puck in, though. It comes to center ice. And Klingberg circles back now and will play it off the boards out at center. And here's Tavares coming through neutral ice. Works in over the line. Bertuzzi just did stay on side, we think. Into the corner it goes for Klingberg, but he had it knocked off his stick. And it's alley-oop through center, forcing McCabe back into the Toronto zone. McCabe gets a little more room as the Canucks are starting a change. They'll start out with it. Leafs are doing likewise. McCabe weaves to center and then shoots it in off the glass. Into the far corner it goes. Hughes sending it around on the boards. Cut off there on the near side by Nylander. Dropped off for Morgan Riley. Riley with a shot. And Tavares, I don't know if he was jumping trying to deflect that or to get out of the way. Either way, it went wide of the net. Tavares against the near boards. Got it back to the blue line. Riley just did keep it in and launched a high shot well wide of the goal. Höglander kind of did I think it's a pirouette. Not sure what he was doing, but he lost the toe pick. I know that. Here the Canucks bringing it out. Played to the Leaf blue line. Broken up partially, then a backhand goes wide of the Leaf goal. Joshua in along the boards for Vancouver. Got it knocked away. Then the Leafs turn it over, but are able to get back to force it over on the boards. Now back to the point. Long shot right on. That is stopped. Where is it? Still Frey down. There's scramble going on. And the Leafs pull it away. Oh, and a hit. Robertson, and now Domi is into it. Domi sticking up for Nicky Robertson gets involved.
And Domi's probably going to pick up an unsportsmanlike as well, as they're just wrestling over by the glass.
That was Ian Cole who stepped into. And now Max Domi looking a little bit like Dad Ty, trying to get an arm free. Really not sure whether Max is right-handed or left-handed. I know Ty was definitely left-handed. And now the linesmen have broken it up.
No, sorry, not a sportsmanlike. I meant another instigator. They've already called it on Giordano here in this period. And we're going to go to a commercial break before we figure it out. But with 5:48 to go, Max Domi's going right to the Leaf dressing room. And the officials will discuss.
1-1 tie. Both goals are power play markers. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
This has got to scare a lot of people if the AFC were to have to go through Baltimore.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
I think you begin to run out of superlatives when you try and describe what C.J. Stroud has done.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence.
We're a really close team, and winning fun, too.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
All right, Mr. Rao, I'm going to get ahead of the curve here. Some people are going to suggest there wouldn't be this body contact that's gone on a couple of occasions that's drawn the instigator penalty if Ryan Reeves was dressed, even if he wasn't on the ice.
Like the Marcin Liljegren thing.
Yes.
So that wouldn't have happened.
No.
Although he was dressed.
But it did. It did.
Yeah, and the first one, I thought it was a clean hit. I thought this Ian Cole's hit on Robertson was a high hit. I thought it was closer to being a headshot than anything else. But Max Domi does get the instigator, just like Giordano.
Bo Halkitis and Dan O'Rourke are the referees as the Leafs get the puck out into the center ice area. Third power play opportunity for the Vancouver Canucks. Besser getting it back to the point. Here's Pettersson holding. Pettersson to Hughes. Hughes on the left wing side. Down low it goes. Back into the slot to Hughes. Hughes to Pettersson, and the one-timer went well wide of the net. The puck comes back to Pettersson again. To Hughes once more. He has difficulty with it, but Marner couldn't come up with it. Then Marner steals the puck, and he starts it out and is just going to roll it down into Vancouver territory.
What would really make it worth it is the Leafs found a way to score a shorthanded goal. This place would go nuts.
But we've already had more fights in a period than we've had the course of the season. Pass back to the point. Wrist shot, pad save, and a glove save then made by Samsonov. And a face-off who comes. 8-9 shots now for Vancouver, 3 for the Leafs.
Yeah, third power play for the Canucks. Hard to believe the Leafs have only had 3 shots on goal. Do they all come in the power play as well, Joe? I mean, they had a couple of whacks at it before they put it in. Nylander hit the crossbar. Ian Cole stopped one of the attempts before Nyes put in the rebound.
You know, talk about having a little bit added to it. Nick Robertson is serving the minor penalty. Domi, after that high hit from Cole, was not adjudicated that way. As Nylander gets the puck out in center. He's working down the left wing boards and in. Tried to play it in front, was too well covered by Mikheyev, and now here are the Canucks back in their own zone. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level. $0 on commissions. Back to the point it comes. One-timer shot. Rebound scores. Suter in front of the net on a big rebound off the point shot that was stopped initially by Samsonov.
Well, what happened, Samsonov had to go from his right to his left, and when he stopped it, his momentum was still going left. And he kicked the puck out the other way, leaving the net wide open, and the Vancouver Canucks have scored 2 power play goals here in this period to take a 2-1 lead.
15:49, the time of the power play goal.
So, both times that the Leafs stand up for a teammate, the Leafs get scored on. And again, I'm not making a statement saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying
that's one of the dangers of doing it.
Careful what you wish for sometimes.
Canucks send it around the boards into the near corner. Dug out by Tavares. Got it ahead. Lagesson will snap it around the boards down the left wing side. Bertuzzi got there first. Bertuzzi back to the net with Myers as it comes to the point. Lagesson back along the boards. Now here's Tavares, unable to get away from Myers. Chopped at, the puck is flipped out at center ice, and the Leafs will go back to the blue line to organize. Klingberg turning with it there. 3.5 minutes to go in the first period. Vancouver 2, the Maple Leafs 1. And the Leafs do not want to set a record for most 4-goal games against to start a season on home ice.
It's going to tie with the Quebec Northeast.
Yes. Cross the line. Besser sending it in over the line. Took a hit there from McMahon. Puck along the boards, and it is pushed out into the center ice area. It has been a physical affair. Here's a chance now for Vancouver, far side. DiGiuseppe sends it around the boards. It'll come to the point to Friedman. Played back behind the net into the far corner. Chipped on the boards by Gregor, and out at center ice it'll come. McMahon out there with David Camp. Leafs are changing, and the Canucks fire it deep into the Toronto zone. Klingberg around on the boards to the left wing side. Fed out at center ice for Nyes. He's going to backhand it into the zone and go in there after. Tried to center it, did. It came right through the goal crease. Now here's Marner sending it to the net, and it was deflected wide of the goal. Trapped by Brody. Brody in the corner, back of the net. Tried to get it again and was trying to set up Matthews, but Matthews had gone to the slot, and there was no one back at the point where Brody thought there should be.
Is this an icing here?
That's what they're saying, yes.
Yeah,
Beauvillier and Ronick get the assists on the goal.
A way for Ronick, who was picked up from the Detroit Red Wings in the offseason. He's extending an assist streak. 9 straight with at least 1 assist. Dennis Kearns of the 76-77 Canucks had an 11-game streak, which is their franchise record.
Here's Tavares, back of the goal, dished it off on the far side, back to the point. Klingberg returns the favor, and then fanning on it was Robertson. He's able to come up with the loose puck, left it for Klingberg. Klingberg overskated it, and the Canucks are going to flip it out and down into the Toronto zone, forcing Morgan Riley back. Mikheyev chases him, and he'll reverse it. Robertson gives it off to John Klingberg. A lead pass finds Riley at center. Rung around the boards to the left wing side. Robertson couldn't get there in time to trap it. Tavares sends it a little bit deeper into the corner. Minute 28 to go in the period. Carson Soucy for Vancouver. For Myers, the big defenseman, sends it in over the line. Played off the boards and brought out now by Nylander. Sliding through neutral ice and in. Nylander on the left wing with a shot, and that was deflected and up into the screen. It goes out of play with 1:08 to play in the period.
And actually taken away a shot from the Leafs, so the shots are 10-2 for the Canucks. So maybe if there's one positive, your shooting percentage is 50% on a guy that brought in a .948 save percentage.
Aren't mathematics and figures fun? As my dad used to say, figures don't lie, but liars can figure. Draw to the right, Thatcher Demko.
Nylander out with Matthews and Marner here late in the first.
Draw scrummed, but controlled by Hughes. Fed for Ronick. Intercepted there by Marner. Poked in along the boards for Nylander. Nylander fighting for possession, but it is off a stick and into the crowd, out of play. So another face-off coming in Vancouver territory. 55.8 seconds remain in the period.
One thing I'd like to kind of delve into is how many instigators we've had in the NHL this year. As opposed to how many fights. Because just about every fight, there's an instigator. Yep.
Exactly. Well, a shot by Marner just went wide. Now here's Brody back of the net. Flips it back to the blue line. Played back in by Klingberg. Brody against the boards. Matthews trying to help him out, but the puck comes free. And now here is a 3-on-2 rush coming through neutral ice for Vancouver. Bogs down, but is fed over on the left wing. Hughes with a shot, and that deflected wide. 28 seconds left as the Leafs counter. Nylander to center, just flipping it in. He'll get there. Marner in front for Matthews. He flipped it up into the air towards the net, but Demko was close enough that he could catch it.
Well, what a clever little move, though, by Willie Nylander to retrieve the puck. Got to the blue line. It's being closed in on it. Just kind of chipped it into the corner. Raced after it and got the puck away from Moronic, and the Leafs eventually moved it to the front of the net, but Matthews was unable to get a clean opportunity on it.
17.1 seconds remaining. Draw one by Toronto, but Yarncrook couldn't get a shot away. He's able to retrieve the puck to Riley. Riley sends it purposely wide, and it'll carry him into the far corner. Suter played it back of the net. 3 seconds left, and the Leafs are not going to get another attempt at goal organized in time. 10-2. The Leafs are outshot, although they had good zone time. That, I think, is a factor of the 3 power plays to 1, and 2 goals scored with the man advantage have the Canucks out in front 2-1.
And the Leafs really, I mean, they didn't generate much 5-on-5, but they didn't give up a whole lot 5-on-5 either. But both goals scored after instigator penalties and fights. First one I really thought was legit. The second one I thought you could have called
penalty on
the high hit on Ian Cole, but that got let go, and Max Domi jumped in, and the Leafs, hopefully. Now, here's the other side of it, Joe. When you start talking about whether it was the right thing or not, you can still be the team that administers the original hit, as opposed to always having to answer for it.
Yes.
You know, there's a couple of different ways.
Street.
Yeah, you don't always have to say we're in defense and we're going to have to respond. You can throw the first punch sometimes.
So we will step aside. Jim Taddy along with Frankie Corrado coming along with our intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
It's too soon to trim the tree, but too late to trick or treat. So settle into this in-between season with an extra shot of autumnal energy. The Pumpkin Spiced Music Mix. Over 2 hours of cozy acoustic sounds from Taylor Swift, Noah Kahan, Zach Bryan, and more. Available now in the SiriusXM app. Just search Pumpkin Spice and find acoustic singer-songwriters anytime in the SiriusXM Coffee House, Channel 17.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. 24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best.
What's up?
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
25 seconds left to go in the power play. 1-0 Vancouver. Through center comes Riley. Then he looked like he could have taken it right into the zone, but then, oh no, I've got to stop and drop it back. I mean, sometimes I think you got to just say, you know what? The old-fashioned way still works, too. Here's a pass in front by Yarncrook that was blocked. And centering pass, a shot by Domi blocked. Another shot backhand. In front of the net, they score! Take your pick. Yarncrook, nice. All of them, Bertuzzi, we're all banging away at it. I think it's nice.
The first one to the bench for the high fives, and it's the second power play unit that comes through.
Nyes gets the goal. 1-1 at that point. 2-1 for the Canucks after 20 minutes of play. TSN After 20 brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer. Get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. Canucks leading the Leafs 2-1, and the goal was to stay out of the penalty box.
That's a no guy, Jimmy. They weren't able to stay out of the penalty box, but I will take those penalties any day of the week. You know why? Because you're standing up for your teammate, and twice Maple Leafs players were hit with open ice hits. First it was David Kampf, and Noah Gregor's right there. He goes to go to Joshua, but you know who comes in and fights? Mark Giordano, 40-year-old Mark Giordano. If you were doing a power rankings right now of who Leafs fans love the most, where would Mark Giordano be on those power rankings, Jimmy?
The top of the list.
Top of the list. Yeah. I'd say he's right there with William Nylander, 1-2.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So good for him. He comes in. He has a spirited tilt. And then Ian Cole lays out Nick Robertson with a big hit. I understand you didn't like the hit, Jim.
That was a little high, guy. A little high.
I get that. I think Nick Robertson is also 5'9", 178 pounds. And Ian Cole is a 6'2", 6'3" guy. So it does look high, but nonetheless, it's a hit. The hit's not called, but I love the response after.
Yeah, Max
Domi, son of Ty, comes over, big fight. He tries to defend his teammate, does a really good job, but 2 instigator penalties, but who cares? Because those are the kinds of things that help rally a group. You'll take those penalties any day of the week. At 5-on-5, Jimmy, that's a very good period for the Leafs. Let me run off some numbers for you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, sir.
Vancouver, goals at even strength, obviously 0. Slot shots on net, 0. High danger scoring chances, 0. Do I sound like Sam Mitchell yet?
Yes,
0,
yeah.
0.
Yeah.
That's a good 5-on-5 period for the Leafs. That's something you can build off of. Yes, Vancouver gets 2 power play goals. The penalty kill is still a work in progress, but at least there's something to build off there at 5-on-5.
In hockey, we say donuts across.
Donuts across. There you go.
Yeah.
I had a lot of donuts when I played hockey, Jimmy. A lot of zeros on the score sheet when I played.
And some donuts, some real donuts, too.
Yes, exactly.
The oddest stat of them all is the Leafs only had 3 shots on goal.
So they had 3. Yeah. Then it went down to 2.
And now it's back
and then
to
they
3.
Got 3.
They found another one.
Yes.
They AI'd it and found another one.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we talked about Matthew Nyes, a.k.a. No More Mr. Nyes guy, before the game, and he's the one who gets the goal in the first power play unit for the Leafs. I thought came onto the ice, did a really good job of problem solving what the Vancouver Canucks penalty kill was throwing at them. They were really structured through the neutral zone. They had to make a couple quick passes to get into the zone, but the first unit wasn't really able to get set up and solidified in the offensive zone. Then it's the second unit, and you hear Joe Bowen on the call because Morgan Riley's taking the puck up the ice, and he's looking for the drop pass. But right now, the Canucks are sitting on that drop pass. So it's hard for him to make that pass. So you have to problem solve your way through it. Riley eventually does that, and then there's a scramble in front of the net, and Tyler Bertuzzi tries to bank it in off of Thatcher Demko, who's out of his crease, and kick save in a beauty. Looked like Jimmy Ralph back there. Ian Cole keeps the first attempt out of the net, and then it's Matthew Nyes who imposes his will, gets to the front of the net, and bangs home the loose change to tie it up at 1. But it's always nice when the second power play unit can get on the board because, as you know, they only get the scraps of the power play, 20 seconds here, 15 seconds there. So you get a contribution from that unit. You know at some point the big boys are going to come through, whether it's Tavares, Matthews, Marner, or Nylander. Those guys are going to factor into this game at some point, but you get another depth goal, and that's a great thing for this team.
Yeah, it's an even strength goal because the penalty had expired a second before.
That's the worst because now you got the minus, but it's great for the Leafs because you got the plus.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, this was a lot more spirited than maybe we thought. There's a lot of stuff out there. How do you think this tracks?
I think, from my experience playing in these games, Toronto versus Vancouver, I've played on them on both sides. They're always spirited for some reason. They're two teams that play each other twice a year, once here, once out in Vancouver. And it's just one of those things where you don't play enough times throughout the season to really get a hate on for each other, but there's just something about the Saturday night matchup. It's a big market in Toronto versus a big market in Vancouver. There's a lot of noise. The Vancouver market always seems to feel like little brother. No one really cares about us because we're 3 hours behind and we're away. So they play with a little chip on their shoulder when they come to town. And this Vancouver team, Rick Tocchet has them playing hard to play against hockey. You see in the neutral zone right now, it's not exactly easy for the Leafs to get through it. A lot of times they're having to dump the puck and retrieve it, but that's okay because the Leafs did a very good job defensively against a Vancouver Canucks team at 5-on-5 that seems to be filling the net on other teams. They didn't do it at 5-on-5 there. They did it on the power play. It's a good first period for the Leafs to build off of.
Yeah, so it's 2-1 for Vancouver over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top-quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
The stars.
Austin Matthews.
The skills.
Oh, that's a good one.
The six.
Beautiful city of Toronto.
Hockey fans, the Rogers NHL All-Star Game is coming to Toronto. Be part of the action at the Hyundai NHL Fan Fair, February 1st through the 4th at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. Take your picture with the Stanley Cup, meet NHL All-Stars and alumni, play hockey games, party with the NHL mascots, and much more. Buy tickets now at nhl.com/fanfare tickets.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but I am a superhero. I love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
CarStar believes that great people do great work, which is why they operate like a family and run like a business. Your local CarStar is looking to hire and is eager to welcome you into their elite collision repair family. If you're ready to kickstart your career, visit carstarjobs.ca. Whether you're a seasoned pro or starting fresh, your local CarStar has plenty of opportunities to channel your automotive passion into a rewarding career. Get your foot on the gas and race to success with CarStar. Join the CarStar team on carstarjobs.ca.
The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. It's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have. Boston 1-0 over Montreal early in the second. Likewise, Ottawa 1-0 over Calgary early in the second. Again, second period, Canes 2-0 over the Lightning. In the first period, Washington and Islanders tied at 1. In the first, Coyotes and Predators are scoreless. Pittsburgh has a first period 1-0 lead over the Sabres earlier today. Detroit 5-4 over the Blue Jackets. It was the Stars 3-2 over the Jets. Later on tonight, Blues in Colorado, Oilers in Seattle, and the Flyers in LA against the Kings. In our game, it is 2-1 for the Canucks over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. The third period is next. This is Bolson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
A game-winning home run by Derek Jeter.
They are legends and icons.
The Lakers take the lead on Magic Johnson's running skyhook.
And you can hear them right now on the Sirius XM app.
We got Magic Johnson here.
Everybody got all these shows. They've been hounding me. I said, I'm only doing one, and that's Eddie Johnson. Anytime you guys need me, I'm here.
Legendary Derek Jeter. Welcome to Black Diamond.
Thanks for having me. I've been waiting for the invitation.
For access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps and clears a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The Leafs trail 2-1 at the end of one period of play as we get set for the second stanza here at Scotiabank Arena. The Leafs have pretty much a week off. Well, sort of. They're going to be flying to Sweden, and they will play the Detroit Red Wings in Sweden Friday. Our next action will be a 2 o'clock in the afternoon delight.
Followed by an 8 a.m. Sunday morning tilt.
Yes, 8 a.m. in the morning. That'll be fun. You know what? We should do breakfast.
Yeah.
What do you think?
After?
No, during. We're just,
during.
Yeah. You know, somebody whip up some eggs, a little bacon, bring them into the studio. We'll, you know, you sit there, have a nice little, kind of a brunch, Sunday brunch. You know what? I'm going to call the Unionville Arms, see if I can get it delivered. We'll get it catered.
Might want to expand the order a little then.
Well, all right. Leafs to the left and the Canucks to the right.
So both Giordano and Domi are in the penalty box.
And the puck is dropped, and we're underway. Miller dropping it back into his own zone. And a pass up on the wing. Miller gets down into the left wing corner, goes around back of the net. Klingberg forces him wide. Miller then runs out of real estate. As Bertuzzi stepped into him, it comes back to the point. Wrist shot by Ronick is kicked into the corner by the lead netminder Samsonov. Morgan Riley works down the right wing boards. And the native of British Columbia will send it down into the Vancouver end. A centering pass. Oh, Nylander was set up perfectly there by Bertuzzi, but he could not get his stick on the puck in time to get the shot away. Boy, that was a great play by Bertuzzi.
Well, similar to the Nylander set up to Tavares last night.
Yep. Hughes works his way back at center ice. Quinn Hughes sending it into the zone. Around on the boards, it'll go back at the net. Klingberg quickly gets it up off the stick of Marner to center. Myers having a little difficulty there with Nyes trying to force the issue. Now brought in on the right wing side. Mikheyev driving the net with a backhand, and that was stopped. Mikheyev upended and a penalty coming to Toronto. Boy. This is Bo Halkitis. If he's any relation to...
I do believe. Yes, he is. The body.
2 minutes for tripping.
Fourth power play, and the Canucks 2 goals have been with the man advantage. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. Brody gets the gate.
Well, it certainly seems how the Vancouver Canucks have gotten off to a great start this year.
Yeah.
4-1 in power plays, a minute 17 into the second period.
Leafs win the face-off. Marner will backhand it and get it out at center ice. Hughes drops it back. Brought to center by Pettersson. Dropped back again. Hughes gets it to the line and in, but it's poked to the near wall. Miller chased after it by Camp. It goes to the far side. Kuzmenko gets it back to the blue line to Hughes. Hughes to Miller on the left half boards. And a bad bank pass by Miller goes all the way back down into Vancouver territory. I mean, how good can the Vancouver Canucks be? They beat Edmonton 3 times. Bucket center right. Cross the line, Miller. Left wing side. Plays it back to the point to Hughes. Hughes, a feed that just narrowly missed being deflected by Yarncrook. Into the corner once more for Kuzmenko. Andrei Kuzmenko trying to send it around the boards. Giordano back into the fray after serving his misconduct. Got the puck freed up, and Yarncrook skates it away. He's got a man breaking in Gregor. Now back in for Gregor, but it was intercepted by JT Miller on the back check. Miller knocked down from behind there by Gregor. The puck's still in the Toronto zone, though. Mikheyev will swing it around the boards to the far side. Beauvillier back of the net. Gets it handed to him back at the far half board. Now it goes back to the blue line. Near side. Mikheyev had bounce over his stick. Centering pass goes bouncing into the slot. Back to the point. Ronick holds to Mikheyev. Shot coming. Pad save. Rebound cleared into the corner. Samsonov had to dive to get across. Back to the point once more. Ronick, far side on a one-timer, and Samsonov was there. Penalty door opens. Brody's back on, and he'll get to a loose puck and start up ice, but it's just going to be flipped in, allowing the Leafs to change. Well, they killed off the penalty. And as you are oft times able to remind us, the National Ice Hockey League is a league of even up as far as power plays and whatnot, so the Leafs have a little something gift wrap for them coming.
Giordano will start it again.
Now here's the Canucks in the Leaf zone, dropping it back. Soucy with a shot, and he wired it high and wide. Nyes can't get to it before Myers was able to keep it in, but now the Leafs restore it. And Klingberg finds Marner at center. Marner to Matthews. Matthews down the right wing boards. Marner chipping it around back of the net. Nyes knocked down on the play. Couldn't come up with it. Leafs. McCabe trying to keep the puck in. Myers around back of the goal, playing it up on the left wing boards. And it'll be played out into the center ice area then by Höglander. But the Leafs have it again. Nylander. Lagesson. Bertuzzi, and in it goes into the Vancouver zone. Nylander closes in. A pass in front. Oh, and a save made by Demko. Centering feed again in front. Backhand. Nylander back in front of the goal. They score! Wee Willie banks it in off a defender to tie the game at 2.
And Joe, Tyler Bertuzzi might be the reason this puck goes into the net. As Nylander tries to tuck it around the left skate of Demko, Tyler Bertuzzi pushes Tyler Myers into the net, and I believe this puck goes off the Vancouver defenseman. And this was just seconds after Demko robbed Bertuzzi. But Bertuzzi, a little push into Tyler Myers, who goes face first into the net and takes the puck with him. So the Leafs on just their 5th shot on goal in this game have tied it at 2.
And Willie Nylander's streak continues. Back to the point, a shot. That was intercepted. Brought out at center ice by Vancouver. The Leafs 2 and the Canucks 2. Giordano. Long bank pass that no one was there. Shot by Vancouver back into the zone. Rung around the boards for Tavares. Couldn't get it out. Had it trapped in his skate. Now the Canucks in with a shot, and it's high off the glass. Near side, Nylander pushed ahead. Tavares. Tavares circles through center ice. Had it knocked off his stick. Regains it, but then it's knocked by the Vancouver Canucks to center. And now racing in on the wing.
Jeez.
A holding penalty coming to Toronto. That'll be the 5th. So the Leafs are going to probably spend the rest of the game on the power play.
Giordano simply goes to the box laughing. And everybody's doing the same. And you know, the arm is out, and Elias Pettersson hopefully is going to be okay. He got into the Fred Flintstone. Well, he used to drive the car by running.
Oh, yeah.
Kept his feet moving, but it was just too hard to continue. And Pettersson was able to draw the penalty. Not saying the arm wasn't out. But there's some similar plays that you would probably call 15 in the same game.
Nylander with a point in 15 consecutive games to start the hockey season here for Toronto. Now Pettersson works in over the line. Tip to the line and push back out at center. And Brock Besser will bring it back. And now Hughes drops for Besser. Besser coming through neutral ice to the line. Flipped in on the right wing side. Got it around and boards. It comes to the near side. Miller had it trapped. Now Brody against the boards for the Leafs, and it is quickly shot down the ice by David Camp. Set up nicely there by Jake McCabe.
3 nice little passes there. Tape to tape for Leafs to ice it.
Now Hughes dropping back once more. Played up on the left wing. McCabe had it knocked away. Played back in over the line. The Leafs flip it back to center ice. And Suter will regroup here for Vancouver. And Philip Chronic starts up ice and drops it back. Suter to the red line. Works in over the line. Off a skate into the corner. Hustling after it, DiGiuseppe, but it's cleared by the Maple Leafs down the ice. Half-minute to go in the power play. The Leafs have had one and scored. This is the 5th. Long shot is gloved.
We got another penalty coming up.
Too many men on the ice for Toronto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
23 seconds left.
Toronto, bench player penalty. Too many men on the ice.
Is that 4 for the season? I believe it is. At least.
Yeah.
I think we had them in back-to-back games, didn't we?
How do you get too many men on the ice when you're penalty killing?
We had Kemp and Marner. So it's going to be a 5-on-3 for 23 seconds.
The Leafs have been 2 men short on 2 occasions this year, totaling 2 minutes, have not given up a goal.
But the
so
big
the
boy...
6th power play comes as a result. 23 seconds.
Yeah, this is inexcusable. And this is, last year they led the NHL in too many men on the ice penalties.
Draw one by Toronto and hammered around the wall. And it'll get out at center. And David Kampf has a rush in over the line. Kampf still with it. Backhand! And he sent it just wide. That would have brought the house down.
Leafs might have got a major,
Marner
too.
Trying to get it out. Lost the handle on it. Battle against the boards. Now Giordano back into the fray. And it comes out into the center ice area. And Giordano gets it down into the Vancouver end. Leafs making sure they have correct numbers. Now here the Canucks in with a shot. And it's whistled over top of the goal. Back of the net now. Miller playing it back to the blue line to Hughes. Hughes to Miller. Miller back to the point once more. This is the 6th power play for Vancouver. The Leafs have had 1 shot. Glove save, Samsonov. He'll stop play.
That's really haven't had anything clear cut on Samsonov here in the second period, but they've already had 8 shots. Shots 18-8 for the Canucks here, and right now maybe the best scoring opportunity, Joe, is David Kampf shorthanded when the Leafs were down 2 men. Although, it was 3 feet wide. I'm not sure Demko might have been able to close it off had it hit the net.
Draw one by Vancouver, fed off on the right wing side. Beauvillier trying to get it back in front. It's intercepted by the Leafs. Pushed ahead. Kampf will play it off the glass and get it deep. Riley was thinking about going into the rush there. Kampf could have spotted him. 43 seconds left in this power play. To the line and in for Mikheyev. Mikheyev's pass. Great intercept there by the skate of Giordano. And Mark Giordano turns and ices the puck. 40 years young. Been the best player on the ice. Brought in over the line now by Vancouver. Mikheyev trying to get it back, intercepted, and now Nylander looking to move it up ice. He's got Matthews with him. Nylander with a shot, hoping for a redirect to Matthews, but it didn't work. Nylander purposely shot that at the stick of Demko, hoping that the carom would be a juicy rebound, and the penalty is over. Nyes is back on. I can hear Pat Quinn hollering from here. All right, you've had 6, we've had 1. Put another marble in your pocket. Pass ahead. Robertson couldn't get it out. Around the boards, it'll go to the far side. McCabe taken down there, but the puck comes out at center ice. Robertson in along the boards, across the line, backhands into the corner. Tavares with it in the near corner, stepping out, got a shot, but it was blocked. Klingberg mishandles the puck. Canucks will get it to center, and they're going to flip it into the Toronto zone. Chipped along the wall, Klingberg gets it up ahead at center. Bertuzzi couldn't handle it. Klingberg gets it handed back. He gets to the line and in. Drops it off to a shot taken there by Bertuzzi that was blocked. It goes around back of the net. And an alley-oop pass to center is controlled by the Leafs. Lagesson got it up on the left wing for McMahon. A shot and into the chest of Demko. Held for a face-off. I'll tell you what. The Leafs better adjust the speedos because they're on the edge of the diving board here with anything that happens.
Oh, I will say this in defense of the officials. I went back. Remember Ryan Reeves hit? Jack I jumped him.
Yeah.
He got the instigator in 5 and a 10. So maybe this is across the board this year. They're going to call this a little closer. Consistency, I think, is what anybody wants.
All right. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing. Nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Thinking about investing? Need insurance advice? Cooperators can help. So if you need our next car should totally be a convertible investment plan, or but our son will want to drive it too, insurance plan. We do both. Cooperators. Investing in your future together. Mutual funds and related investment products are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. Terms and conditions apply.
Mark Giordano, 40 years and 39 days of age, has just become the oldest Maple Leaf ever to have a fighting major. 19 days older than 1970s Tim Horton.
I was wondering about that, but I know Tim Horton finished in Buffalo.
Yeah. Leafs keep the puck in at the point. Shot in traffic was blocked. And Mikheyev punches it to the near boards, and the Canucks get it out in center. Brought to the line and in. Mikheyev fed it off to Myers on the right boards. Shot towards the net, deflected wide of the goal. Leafs play it up on the boards, but get it to center ice, courtesy of Nyes. But Matthews couldn't press the attack. Marner comes back to help out. One of the marbles is being put back into the pocket.
And you know what? This might be a courtesy call.
Vancouver penalty number 65. 2 minutes for slashing.
I'll tell you what. Mohal Keenis has been very, very busy. Yeah. He seems to be the only one calling penalties here. Dan O'Rourke, I haven't seen at the penalty box yet.
See, the one that I will say, though, when you talk about evening things up, if they're going to call the instigator, then that's a no-brainer. The 2 minute men on the ice, that's a no-brainer. So really, it's 3-2. Okay. And if you're throwing the puck over the glass, I don't think certain penalties count.
No, yeah.
Some are judgment calls, some are we gotta call it.
Mikheyev in the box. Leafs on the power play, and they'll have to start it. With a face-off in the zone as it caroms off the glass and goes out of play. The power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. Draw in the Vancouver zone is scrum, but the Leafs control. Klingberg, one-timer on the far side. Demko, a big save. And it's cleared to center ice and down into the Leaf end by Vancouver.
The big face-off win by John Tavares.
Leafs power play is 14 of 45 at this point in the season. Matthews coming through neutral ice. Flips it in on the left wing for Tavares. Tavares holds, looks down into the corner. Gets it down there for Nylander. Back into the slot area it comes to Klingberg. Klingberg back to Tavares, down low. Marner with a shot, and that deflected wide. Klingberg trying to keep it in, but fails. Pushed out at center ice then by DiGiuseppe. Matthews will go back. Minute 7 left in the power play. Game tied 2-2. Marner to the line and in. Dishes off on the left wing side for the captain. Tavares drops it back to Marner. Marner into the top of the circle now for Matthews. Closing. Holds. Shoots. That was blocked by Demko. Stolen back by the Maple Leafs. To Marner. Closing. Drops it back. Klingberg far side. Demko comes across to stop Nylander. Nylander again at the top of the circles. Down low. Tavares trying to come in. The backhand went high and wide. Great chances here for the Leafs. Klingberg far side. Nylander. Slot. Deflects into the corner. Played back to Klingberg at the right point. Klingberg to Nylander down low. Marner didn't handle it. Plays it back to Nylander. He stumbles. Can't control the puck. It's back out at center ice.
Canuck defenders are tired.
Here's Marner, or at least Matthews back in over the line. Matthews holds. Far side a shot. Demko the save. Stick into the corner and shot down the ice by Vancouver.
Boy, does Demko get a piece of this? Or does that hit some traffic in front? Because he had a long way to go from his left to his right.
Penalty is over. Here's Yarncrook into the corner. Riley took an elbow to the head. The puck played up on the right wing side, and Vancouver brings it in on the right wing, looking for a man in front, and it was too far as it goes wide. Suter was driving the net. Played out into the center ice area, and Max Domi, I think this is his first shift since then across the line. Here's a pass in front of the goal, a backhand, Demko down, and Domi flipped it over top of the net. Back at the point, Riley to Domi, trying to play it in front, but it's intercepted. Mikheyev will get it out. It's been a great game, though, hasn't it? Had a little bit of everything. Camp playing it high, and now we're gonna go off glass.
Out of play, I think.
Yep.
I think about Austin Matthews, who came very close to give the Leafs their first lead of the night. Austin Matthews has 8 goals in 8 career games against Thatcher Demko.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Coco Radio is now Conan O'Brien Radio. Yep, we've upgraded from channel 106 to 104 because, let's face it, I couldn't stay at 106 forever. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television. Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late night memories with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, now on Sirius XM, channel 104. Or listen with the Sirius XM app.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stiller. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Had a cheering thing where people from 519, 905, dog people like you, cat people like me, we could have come, the fur could have been flying up here, Mr. Ralph.
I don't want to talk about it. You sneaky little...
Loose puck in front of the Leaf goal is knocked away by Samsonov. At the point, Samsonov another save. And now McMahon pushes it ahead for Morgan Riley. Jumping into the rush is David Camp. Left wing side. Score! The Leafs' fourth line chips it in. Noah Gregor. It's 3-2.
He scored the Leafs' first goal of the season. Now he's scored their last. And almost from the same spot, Joe, that he beat Jake Allen in game 1. Left wing circle, far side. as Gregor lets it go, and he zips this. Glove side on Thatcher Demko, who barely flinches as it sails past him.
No, and I think Demko overplayed it, Jimmy. He's off his angle when this goes in, I think. Get another look at it.
But Demko, Noah Gregor really didn't look like he was going to shoot.
No. Played off of Samsonov around on the boards in the Leaf zone.
It was like the Kucherov release.
Here the Leafs breaking in on the left wing with Tavares, and rolled off his stick before he could make a centering feed. Now it comes to him in front of the net. Oh, and he tried to set up Nylander, and it was poked away from him. Nylander to the point. Shot drifts in. Stopped by Demko. A scramble for the puck, and it's into the near boards. The Leafs 3, the Canucks 2. Shot down into the Toronto zone. Jake McCabe plays it off to his defense partner, and Mark Giordano. Back to McCabe. Just flipped out at center ice for Bertuzzi. Chopped at in midair. Bunted down into Vancouver territory. Myers drilled to the boards by Domi. Brought out at center and shot into the Leaf end. Around on the boards near side, Klingberg. Tipped it back. It'll come to the point to Myers. Myers with a long shot wide of the net. Soucy into the boards with Robertson battling. Puck comes to Klingberg. Tried to make a pass up through the slot that didn't work. Shot from an angle stopped by Samsonov. Leafs will try it again. Yarncrook dropping it back. This time a lead pass goes off a leg down into Vancouver territory.
Whoa.
High stick comes up. Penalty coming to Vancouver.
And we'll see if they can. Now, why did they blow the whistle right away, Legason, unless he's cut?
Certainly seems to be spitting something. Yeah, I don't know why they would have stopped play. Well, they're discussing it. A little late now, but at any rate, it appears the Leafs are going to the power play, leading 3-2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Which internet technology is way faster than cable?
Bell Pure Fiber Internet.
Correct. Which internet technology is the most reliable?
Bell Pure Fiber Internet.
Yes. Which internet service can you get for an amazing price?
Bell Pure Fiber Internet.
Get Canada's fastest internet and Wi-Fi. New or existing eligible Bell Mobility clients switch to Pure Fiber Internet starting from $60 a month. Visit bell.ca/UCLA for more details and to check availability. Bell. Internet just got better.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
When my knees were hurting, I was that guy who told everyone about it. I talked to my colleagues. Hi, everyone. My knees hurt. To my dog. My knees hurt. But really, I should have been talking to my doctor about Cingal, the only treatment that combines fast-acting and long-lasting relief from osteoarthritis, knee pain in a single injection. To find a clinic, visit cingal.ca. CINGAL.ca. Stop going on about your knee pain. Instead, talk to your doctor about Cingal. Cingal may not be appropriate for everyone. If you have questions about this product, talk to your doctor.
Well, on further review, there is no penalty. Apparently, the puck is what caused the problem.
Yeah,
now,
see the
they
replay.
blew the play down.
Yeah, the stick came up at the same time, but the referee's arm was in the air.
Yes, it was. It was going to be a penalty, or at least it looked like there was going to be. But then I think somewhere they decided, wait a minute, what happens if the Leafs score with the sixth attacker on the ice?
Or what if I guess Vancouver could, because they would have blown.
They hadn't touched the puck, but the play was whistled dead.
You can't leave
it
off.
Why is the face-off back in the Leaf zone? Shouldn't this be at center ice?
It occurred just inside the Leaf line. The incident.
Well,
Legacy took it.
All right. Well, we're going to 3:55 to go, and they still owe us one.
TV's still on a commercial break. Shots on goal a lot closer now, 20-16. They were, 10-2?
Yep.
At the end of the first period.
10-2 at the end of the first 20 minutes.
Somebody where this really hurts is Bobby McMahon. So many penalties. Doesn't get a lot of ice time in this game.
Got an assist.
And a Gregor goal.
Draw scrummed. Bodies flailing around, and the Leafs come away with the loose puck. McCabe flipping it out at center. And across the line goes Matthews, or at least McMahon. McMahon around center. No one there to get a stick on it as Gregor was right in the vicinity, and the Leafs have to go back into their own zone. McCabe off the boards for Camp. Camp, a rink-wide pass to Giordano, and he has to play it back into his own end. Pounded out at center. Not sure whether McMahon touched that. Apparently he did. No icing. 3:12 left to play in the second period. And the Leafs lead 3-2 for the first time. They own the lead. Canucks playing it around the boards into the near side. Chipped up on the wall and out into the center ice area. Ronick plays it back into the Leaf zone. Brody dropping for Morgan Riley. Up a middle, nice little touch pass by Nyes. Gets it in over the line, and a shot off the angle is swallowed up by Demko. And a face-off coming in the Vancouver zone. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Hall of Fame induction ceremonies will be Monday. The Legends game will take over Scotiabank Arena tomorrow afternoon.
It's the first time in 6 games that the Canucks have allowed more than 2 goals.
Draw one by Toronto. Klingberg walks the line, able to play it down into the corner in the near side. Canucks get it back along the boards, and it'll squirt out at center ice. And McCabe quickly play it ahead. Apparently no contact made. Icing call against Toronto with 2:27 to go.
Well, if the Leafs snap the streak of giving up 4 goals or more on home to start a season, consecutive games, they'll win the game, right? Even if they give up another one, but don't give up the 4th one.
You know what? That's advanced math.
To you, I'm sure. It's your advanced and confusing.
Here's a centering pass. Good save made by Sampson. That's like Jed Clampett doing the ciphering, right? Not plus not equals not.
Me and my grade 12 education.
Pass out at center is backhanded down into the Vancouver.
Well, it took me 36 minutes to check that.
Canucks at center and across the line and knocked off of Garland's stick, but it goes around the boards to the far side. Joshua back of the net for Garland, chased by Domi. Both players to the ice. Long shot was wide of the Leaf goal. Giordano launches it high to center. Canucks Soucy passes it up on the right side. Feathered pass into the slot, broken up by the Leafs. Good play by Giordano, but carried on by Myers. Myers to the point, shot in traffic, big rebound in front. Off a save made by Samsonov. Myers again, winds and shoots, and he delivered that one wide. Yarncrook trying to stretch things out to allow teammates to change. Long rink-wide pass. Domi backhands it down into the zone with less than a minute to go in the period. Vancouver bringing it out at center. In over the line. A hip check by Riley slowed up the forecheck. Riley in the far corner now. On to Yarncrook. Played by the Leafs down into the zone. And it was tipped just at the red line. And a tough icing to take here, as Robertson just did get his stick on it, but it'll come back down into the Toronto zone.
Samsonov, Joe, has really settled in as well far in this game. You know, they only worry the 2 goals he gave up in the opening period was One was from fairly long range, yes, through a screen. The other one was a rebound on a shot that was from fairly long range, which was also a screen.
Pedersen with Kuzmenko and Besser. As it is played around the boards, Robertson got a hit against the boards. It's played to the near side. Yarncrook takes his man down, and the Leafs punch it out at center ice. 20 seconds left to go in the period. Canucks overskate the puck. Domi got it up on the left wing for Matthews, who was off the bench. Played to the line and in. And the Canucks will start back with 8 seconds. Hughes, left wing side, Pedersen, stolen, played by Marner to center ice. 2 seconds left now. And the horn will end play. So after a couple of power play goals by Vancouver, built a 2-1 first period lead. Nylander at 4:54 from Tavares and Bertuzzi ties. And Noah Gregor from Riley and McMahon at 14:23. And the Maple Leafs have a 3-2 lead after 40 minutes.
And a nice response. I mean, they're fortunate that the penalty kill has been so good because Vancouver really could have blown this game wide open with a little more success in the power plays. We mentioned they've already cashed in on a couple of them. But the Leafs penalty kill has settled in. Samsonov has settled in. And sometimes getting some scoring from unlikely sources can be huge. And Noah Gregor has the Leafs up 3-2.
Shots on goal favor Vancouver 23-17. The Leafs out shooting them 15-13 in that second period. Step aside for Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
With the Colts and Patriots playing 5,000 miles away in Frankfurt, Germany, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to not only help you win, but also to teach you the local language. Fantasy football.
Fantasy football.
Belichick in Lederhosen.
Belichick tragt Lederhosen.
Set your lineups by 9:30 a.m. in the East.
Stellen Sie Ihre Aufstellungen bis 39 Uhr ein.
On Fantasy Sports Radio or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Hören Sie nicht auf, Sirius XM 87 Fantasy Sports Radio und die Sirius XM App zu hören.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. 24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Loose puck in front of the Leaf goal is knocked away by Samsonov. At the point, Samsonov another save. And now McMahon pushes it ahead for Morgan Riley. Jumping into the rush is David Kampf. Left wing side. Score! The Leafs fourth line chips it in. Noah Gregor. It's 3-2.
And that's where we stand after 40 minutes of play. Leafs 3, Canucks 2. TSN after 40 delivered by 241 Pizza. Get a large 4-topping Quattro pizza for $15.99 and try new 241 nachos or Irish nachos for just $9.99 a piece. 241pizza.com.
Yes, Guy.
Yeah, the Gregor goal is something that Ralphie and I talked about pre-game, where it's that shot from the side that you never used to see.
Yeah.
And the goalie goes a little too far over and leaves the wide side extremely open.
Well, I mean, both of you guys with your goaltending expertise, I wasn't privy to this conversation. You said, remember we were talking about this before the game. I said, Guy, I wasn't part of this, so I guess it was you and Ralphie. But Thatcher Demko made two massive saves going from his left to his right earlier in that period.
Yeah.
And then Noah Gregor gets one where Demko slides a little too far. Gregor goes back against the grain. I've been really impressed with Noah Gregor the last few games. We're really getting a chance to see his speed up the ice. He creates a lot of separation. In that instance, he's able to catch up to the play, and Morgan Riley makes a really smart play, just buying a little bit of time, stalling enough so that he can make that pass across. David Kampf drives the middle of the ice, and the defenders for the Vancouver Canucks need to respect the speed of Kampf through the middle. That allows that passing lane to Noah Gregor. It's a great goal, Jimmy. The fourth line has been outstanding tonight. It's the best fourth line that we've seen this season for the Leafs, isn't it?
Totally agree with that. And let's go back to the Nylander goal that ties it. And this just shows you how confident and he's ahead of the game. He's thinking a faster game than the ones on the ice.
He really is, and he could have had a couple goals tonight if it wasn't for Thatcher Demko on the power play making those saves. But it just goes to show you when a player like William Nylander gets a second and third crack at it on the same shift, what can happen, right? So they're playing in the offensive zone. Things get extended. All of a sudden, now you have a breakdown in the defense, and William Nylander is able to expose that. He gets a free lane to the net. Demko's all out of sorts, and Willie tries to bank it in, I guess. He's on the short side, and he tries to backhand it in, and Tyler Myers. You know what they call Tyler Myers in Vancouver? The Chaos Giraffe. That's not the players on the team, the fans. That's what they call him, because there's a lot of chaos when he's on the ice. Sure enough, he's the guy who bangs the puck into his own net.
Yeah.
Willie keeps his streak going. Man, he's been so impressive this season, and that second line has been very impressive tonight as well.
Well, I think that, we said this earlier, when you look at the four lines that are on the ice tonight, you see their different chemistries and their roles in the game.
You do, for sure. And Max Domi's had a great night as well. Of course, he gets into the fight in the first period, but the third line showing something. The first line's been a little quiet tonight at 5-on-5, but that you could look at that in a positive and say at some point maybe they're going to break out here. Matthews is going to create a little separation. He had one opportunity on the power play. Austin Matthews in a prime shooting location in the high slot. Thatcher Demko squares up to that, no problem. But, it's 3-2 for the Leafs going into the third period. And now you think, okay, they've done a really good job at 5-on-5 here, kind of limiting the chances, allowing Ilya Samsonov to see the shots in front of him, keeping things to the outside. And now if we update our numbers, Jimmy, if you will, at 5-on-5.
I think we need a sting for this.
I don't know if it deserves a sting. I think it's something we do on the fly here.
Okay, Guy, go ahead, sir.
Remember all the zeros from the first period?
The donuts, yeah.
The donuts. So Still no goals at 5-on-5 for the Vancouver Canucks. Only 2 slot shots at 5-on-5. Only 2 high-danger scoring chances at 5-on-5. The Leafs are playing a very sound defensive game at 5-on-5. And you and I had a little chat here during the period about all the penalty kills. Because you said to me during the first intermission, don't the Leafs need to stay out of the box? And we loved the penalties that they took in the first period because they were standing up for their teammates. But we get into the second period, there's a tripping penalty, there's a holding penalty, and now the Leafs are killing penalties that aren't the ones where you hit someone really hard or you defend a teammate. You know what happens? They kill off those penalties and they build some momentum. Wow. And there's some players on the team that don't kill penalties and they're raring to go on the bench, and they showed that when they finally got into the game.
Let's not forget too many men on the ice when you're already killing a penalty.
Yes, that's right.
That could have been the kiss of death right there.
Well, it's too many men penalties for the Leafs in this game, is it not?
No.
Only one?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I must have been watching another game there.
Yeah,
but
bad video from last night, maybe.
2 Leafs forwards come onto the ice for only 1 Leafs forward going back into the bench. Yeah. The Leafs do a really good job. Mark Giordano is on another level tonight, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Fountain of youth.
He's been outstanding. And listen, it's hard to expect that kind of workload and effort from him every single night because where he's at in his career. But man, the fight, the way he's playing away from the puck, it's very noticeable. The Leafs D, how much they have to move their feet to kind of break the problems that the Vancouver Canucks pose to this team. Jake McCabe, you can see how much his presence was sorely missed in this lineup based on his play tonight. I think he's much better tonight than he was last night.
Yeah, and Legason adds a physical element back there too.
Legason adds a physical element. He's calm, and he's poised with the puck. I think that's one thing we're really seeing about his game. As much as it's steady and efficient, it's steady and efficient because he's poised with the puck, because he doesn't make mistakes where he's rushed into making plays that he doesn't necessarily want to make. He'll hold on to it an extra second longer. He'll put it in a good spot. He's earning the trust of his coaching staff, and I could tell you this. If you're sitting on that bench and you're a forward or a D and you see him go onto the ice, you feel like, I can trust that guy. I know what he's going to give me shift after shift, and he's giving them quality, quiet, efficient hockey.
3-2 for the Leafs over Vancouver after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega-calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ann and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibe. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with Certainty Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from Certainteed. Pro all the way.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Thinking about investing? Need insurance advice? Cooperators can help. So if you need maybe we should redo the kitchen investment plan, or wait, I wonder what's in the walls insurance plan. We do both. Cooperators. Investing in your future together. Mutual funds and related investment products are offered through Cooperators Financial Investment Services, Inc. Terms and conditions apply.
When I think of affordable data, I think of Virgin Plus.
Unlimited nationwide 5G data. There's so much of it.
It's hard to ignore the value.
From $55 a month. Yes, $55 a month.
And the member benefits are over the top.
Virgin Plus, obviously.
Oh, where can I get this song?
50 gigs 5G data up to 250 megabits per second after a credit of $10 for 24 months. Conditions apply. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. Guy, it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have. Third period. Montreal and Boston tied at 2. Also in the third, Kings 2-0 over the Lightning. It is the Capitals 3-1 over the Islanders. That's in the second. After 40 minutes of play, Senators 2-1 over the Flames. Also after 40 minutes of play, Penguins 2-0 over the Sabres. End of the first, Predators 3-2 over the Coyotes. Earlier today, Detroit 5-4 over the Jackets, and the Stars defeated the Jets by a score of 3-2. Later on tonight, Blues in Colorado, Oilers in Seattle, and the Flyers in LA against the Kings. In our game, 3-2 for the Leafs over the Canucks after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now. Slamming you out, slamming you out. Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BT is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the SiriusXM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Back here at Scotiabank Arena, the Maple Leafs with a 3-2 lead to take into the third period. The goal scorers have been Nyes, Nylander, and Noah Gregor. Miller and Suter scoring for the Vancouver Canucks. And the Leafs trying to protect a one-goal lead.
Should we throw out anyway? Power plays are 6-2 for Vancouver.
If you'd like, but it's rather an insignificant number, I thought, Mr. Rao. There have been two fights in the game.
Okay, so the two instigators, do we throw those out? Maybe the instigators?
Yeah, I suppose.
All right.
Well,
And then the
but now if you do that, the second penalty, there should have been a penalty on the hit on Robertson. So I don't think you can throw the second one.
You got to throw the 2 minute man on the ice penalty out.
You do.
That doesn't count. So now we're down to what? 4-2?
Yes.
All right.
And the Leafs had to kill off 23 seconds of a two-man disadvantage. Well, here we go. Leafs to the right, Canucks to the left. Tip to the line. Tavares works down the right wing, boards it in, going wide on the defense, stops up, looks for a man in front, took a shot, and it was high and wide. Giordano at the left point gets it into Nylander. Nylander backhands it behind the net. Tavares coming out in front. Backhand and a good save made by Demko. Boy, Johnny T just put his shoulder down and said, I'm coming to the front. Demko had to make an excellent save.
It's like he found a hole in the defensive line, wasn't it?
Oh, he was,
Put his head down and
and here I come. Played down into the lead zone. Chipped ahead out at center ice for Nyes. Nyes drops it back to his defense. Return pass at center that Matthews was unable to move with, and it's cleared by Vancouver back into the Toronto zone. Swept around on the boards. Giordano with it once more to Marner. Marner skates out. Ran out of real estate, got it ahead, then couldn't get it away from Mikheyev, but Matthews gets an errant pass. Far side, can't keep it in. And it's out into the center ice area where Brody will take charge for Toronto. Got it back ahead for Nyes. Played back into the lead zone as they try to get a change of players going. Marner for Brody. Brody flips it in, and Domi goes into the corner after it. Couldn't get it away from the defense. Played off on the wing now for Friedman. Friedman gets it out, only to have it turned over, and now backhanded again in over the leaf line. Right at the blue line, it's now deep in behind the Toronto goal. John Klingman gets it out on the wing, or Klingberg rather, gets it out on the wing, and now here's Robertson trying to pull his way down the boards, but can't get around Myers. Vancouver back in their own zone. Play it off into the corner. Friedman dropping it back, gets a return pass from center. He played it in over the line, but McCabe is there for Toronto. Steps around the goal. Smartly up now for Giordano. Giordano to center, and it is Noah Gregor sending it down into the zone. Camp working along back of the net. Fourth line got the Leafs the lead. Left wing side, Giordano with a shot. That deflects high, bounces into the far corner. Gregor playing it back to the net. Got a hit in there as the puck comes out at center and down into the Leaf end. If McCabe can get those galoshes off his skates, he'll get an icing call, and he does.
I like Jake McCabe's game tonight. There were a couple of turnovers that maybe you weren't thrilled with, but I think he's been more physical. He's been very good in the penalty kill. And it's played with that edge that I think the Leafs defense has been missing in his absence.
And Bobby McMahon has been noticeable. 27 years of age, 6'2", 210, from Wainwright, Alberta. Picked up for the assist on the go-ahead goal. Looking for his first NHL goal. But has been a mainstay with the Toronto Marlies. Played a little bit with the Newfoundland Prowlers. The last 3 seasons he's been a Marley. I guess you don't call them Marlboros, do you? They've never taken the full name. Here's Nylander to the far side, and a hammered shot went wide of the goal. Riley keeps it in. Played back in the net by Bertuzzi. Unable to come up with it. And the Canucks will drop it back, and Quinn Hughes circles back, waiting for the rest of his mates to change up front.
You say Bobby McMahon has been noticeable. He's only played 437.
Yeah, been noticeable while he's been on. Down into the corner in the lead zone it goes. Coming out of the corner is Miller. Holds, got a shot away, and that went off Riley's stick. And goes up into the screen out of play.
And that's why I think we both felt about Noah Gregor. When he didn't always get a lot of ice time, he get a little bit of penalty kill time, but always seemed to be noticeable. His speed, to be physical, and we saw the quick release that has the Leafs up 3-2.
Draw to the left in the Toronto zone. Linesman blowing the play down. Now I guess there was some movement, but now the Leafs win the face-off. Get it up on the wing. Rink-wide pass gets out in center, but nowhere near Marner. And it's played by Vancouver back into the Leaf zone. Matthews swinging it around on the left wing boards for Giordano. Mark Giordano to center. Flipped it in, past Myers, into the corner it goes. Myers got it up ahead, and it is played out at center ice by Vancouver. Leafs with it again. Rink wide. Apparently did not go off Marner's stick. And an icing call coming here against the Maple Leafs. It'll come back into the circle to the right of Ilya Samsonov.
Well, Mitch Marner does not have a point tonight. In fact, he's gone back-to-back games without a point for the first time this season. Austin Matthews also had a point streak snapped last night against Calgary.
Into the corner, now coming out is Kuzmenko, getting to the side of the net, down is Samsonov. He blockered it into the corner. Marner, back to the goal. Played up for Nyes, and Nyes will get it out into the center ice area. Matthews had a pass block. Nyes carries on. Nyes into the corner. Nyes trying to get it away from the checking there of Mikheyev. Dished it off on the near side. It comes back to the point. Yarncrook getting it back into the area back of the net. Domi kicked it out in front. The backhand tries. Nicky Robertson's point streak continues. And the Maple Leafs own a 2-goal lead.
Great job on the forecheck, and what a play by Max Domi, who kicks the puck coming out from behind the net. Kicks the puck out, and then just one little tip with his stick. And Robertson on the backhand knifes it glove side on Thatcher Demko. And Robertson's point streak will continue since being called up. 2 goals and 4 points in the 4 games for Nick Robertson.
Launched into the Toronto zone by Vancouver. Klingberg got it up at center. Canucks regrouping. Friedman played it off on the wing and then shot down into the Toronto end. Lagesson swinging it around the boards. Leafs trying to muscle it out over the line. Did they? No, says the linesman. But the puck back of the Toronto goal is now played ahead. Here's David Camp. Man going to the front of the net. Oh, McMahon got a stick on it, but Demko got a pad in front of it. Almost his first NHL goal. Riley shooting it right back in again. Canucks get it out at center. Can't get into the Leaf zone cleanly. Here's Brody in on the left wing, dropping there for Gregor. Gregor works it down into the corner. McMahon trying to help out and has. Got it back to the point. Shot coming, a deflection in front of the goal. McMahon was right there, and it bounced just past his foot. Leafs back in their own zone. Toronto 4, Vancouver 2. To center. Tavares gets the puck in deep. Long back of the net for Hughes. And Hughes starts to lead the rush. Hughes to center. Hughes in on the left wing. Got a long shot in. Hughes went for the rebound. Nylander was able to get to it. He flips it ahead, and Tavares will get it out for him. Canucks regroup. Back in over the line. Good hit by McCabe. He stood up Philip DiGiuseppe, and the Leafs were able to get the puck out at center ice. Your point about McCabe, well taken. Played right back down into the Toronto end. See, I listened to you. Played along the boards in the Toronto zone. Matthews for McCabe, but he gets into a traffic jam. Now Matthews gets to it, and he pushes it out at center for Morgan Riley. Left wing side for Nyes. Closing, and the shot swallowed up by Demko. and he's going to hold for a face-off.
There has been a nice intensity to this game from a Leaf standpoint, hasn't there?
And it all started with the fight that Mark Giordano, right?
Yeah.
So you can say what you want about the result. They ended up scoring on the power play. But all of a sudden, the game was infused with enthusiasm. And it's been that way for the whole night. 4-2, the Leafs with the lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
This has got to scare a lot of people if the AFC were to have to go through Baltimore.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
I think you begin to run out of superlatives when you try and describe what C.J. Stroud has done.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence.
We're a really close team and winning fun, too.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from Club Soccer's Holy Grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
The moving of Max Domi to center ice has certainly paid great dividends for the Maple Leafs. Not only for Max, but he has played much better. And that line is producing on a nightly basis. And Robertson is the latest to be the beneficiary. But what a great play you mentioned, Jimmy, about kicking the puck. He uses his feet very, very well. And again, I bring up Peter Zezel in the face-off circle from so many years ago as a long shot is steered wide of the net by Samsonov. Good hit by McCabe, and limping to the bench is one of the Canucks. And Suter leads with it in their own zone, banking it out at center. It'll go to the Vancouver blue line.
Leafs are doing a lot more of that tonight, too, Joe. They don't have a play. Don't try to force something up the middle.
Yep. Here's Lafferty trying to get it into the slot area. Comes back to the point. Hughes works into the slot. Hughes with a shot. Rang it off the post on the far side. Leafs get lucky there. Puck along the boards. Chipped along the boards, but not far enough to get it ahead to Yarncrook first time, but now they do, and they get it out. First opportunity to see anybody from the Hughes family this year. He's not disappointing. Up at center, turnover at the blue line. Noah Gregor on for McMahon. McMahon barges down the left wing boards and goes back of the net. Played it into the far corner. Now back of the goal for Noah Gregor. Gregor still with it. Works to the near corner. Along the wall. Now sending it to the net. He scores! McMahon in front of the goal. Did he touch it? Gregor with the point shot, but it might have been Camp who was there as well. But the Leafs now with a 3-goal lead midway through the period.
And the fourth line has struck twice. Noah Gregor just makes a smart play, takes it up the boards, he's got his back to the net. And then he turns, feels the pressure, and just rifles it. Past McMahon, and off David Camp, who, guess what, is standing right at the top of the crease. In front of Demko, provides the screen and the redirection, and the Leafs lead has grown to 3.
That just snuck in. It ricocheted off the pad and the post and trickled over the goal line. And a 3-goal lead now to protect. The puck in the near corner for Morgan Riley, punching it up on the wall, and the Leafs do just that. McMahon gets it out, but down into Vancouver territory, and no icing.
Coming into this game, the Canucks' season high in goals against was 4. That only happened twice so far.
The goal comes at 9:13. And for David Camp, that's goal number 1 on the season. Centering pass, knocked high in the air to Myers at the point. Shot blocked nicely by Bertuzzi. And he broke his stick and he has to get a new one. Bobby Hastings quick on the mark, gets it to him. And Bertuzzi works with the new stick to get it freed up. And the Leafs are going to play it out at center ice for Tavares. Shot back in, and the Leafs will regroup now back in their own zone. Giordano and McCabe. McCabe tried to get it alley-oop out, but it is kept in by Myers. Along the boards then for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi with skating room to his liking to center, and then just dumps it deep into the zone. So David Camp gets his first goal of the season. And obviously, the changes to the fourth line have paid enormous dividends here for the Maple Leafs.
And I mean, I think the 2 goals scored is a bonus. I mean, they've controlled the play in the offensive zone.
And they've been able to go out on the ice.
Yeah.
Shot down into the...
It took a while through the first half of the game because of all the penalties the Leafs have taken.
Hughes fires it down into the Toronto zone. Off a skate, it comes free and is brought back the other way. Nyes launches it down into the left wing corner, gets down there after it. Takes his man Di Giuseppe to the boards. Out of the corner comes Matthews, trying to kick it up to his stick, but had it knocked away. And Vancouver's Besser comes to center ice. Got it in on the left wing, and it's shot around the boards by Miller. Leafs again with the puck in the defensive zone. Pass by Brody was partially blocked, but it's going to bounce out into neutral ice with 8 minutes left to play, third period, as the Leafs try to win their 8th of the season and their 5th on home ice. Robertson playing it around the boards into the corner. Domi blocked it there. That's brought a crowd as it comes back to the blue line, but Morgan Riley unable to keep it in. Giordano up for Robertson. In across the line come Vancouver, though, as they take the puck with Pettersson. Got around Giordano. Round back of the goal he goes. Pettersson with on his stick, works back towards the blue line. Got it to Myers. Myers can't shoot it. Partially blocked pass in front, gobbled up by Riley, and he sends Noah Gregor away. And Gregor run into there before he got it down into the Vancouver end. It's amazing when you score a goal. The confidence goes right to your legs, and you can see it with these guys. Noah Gregor just flying out there right now. Round on the boards, it'll be kept in by Soucy in the Toronto zone. Long shot in traffic goes wide of the Leaf goal. Myers' shot deflects wide, comes in front of the net, quickly cleared there nicely by Brody. Back to the goal, McCabe ran into a traffic jam, and goaltender Samsonov is able to stop play by reaching out to the side of the goal to get a glove on it. Suter and McMahon shoving a little bit in the goal crease area. 6:45 left to play, third period. Toronto 5, the Vancouver Canucks 2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The Stars.
Austin Matthews.
The Skills.
Oh, this is a good one.
The Six.
Beautiful city of Toronto.
Hockey fans, the Rogers NHL All-Star Game is coming to Toronto. Be part of the action at the Hyundai NHL Fan Fair, February 1st through the 4th at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. Take your picture with the Stanley Cup, meet NHL All-Stars and alumni, play hockey games, party with the NHL mascots, and much more. Buy tickets now at nhl.com/fanfaretickets.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with Certainty Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from Certainty. Pro all the way.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Rao. Josh Poulis running the operation. Luca Moya sitting here doing absolutely nothing. Matt Cardadero probably running around doing all kinds of work back at the studio. Chatty and Frankie Corrado will be along with the postgame show. And the Maple Leafs with a 5-2 lead to Nurse for 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
Amazing how goaltending's not an issue when you play better in front of it, too. Right now, Samsonov and Hughes hit the goalpost here in the third period before David Camp expanded the Leaf lead to 5-2, so that could have been a turning point the other way. But Samsonov has been solid in this game.
Puck at the Toronto blue line, fed ahead for Camp, sent back into his own zone. Lagesson gets a return pass and plays it out at center and off McMahon. It'll go into the Vancouver end. Demko, almost gave it away to McMahon there. Out come the Canucks with Garland getting in over the line. Garland after it into the corner. Lagesson took it away from him. Lagesson then had it knocked away himself. Here's Garland turning off on the wing, and a pass in front of the goal is deflected wide of the net. Klingberg got it ahead for Camp. Back to Klingberg. Klingberg runs into a traffic jam at the blue line, and here's McMahon on a Lone Ranger rush in over the line. Took a shot. That was off the mark wide. Canucks start back at center. Feed to the far side. The Leafs have scored 4 unanswered goals to erase a 2-1 Vancouver advantage. And an icing call coming against Toronto with 5:35 to play. And through all of this, even last night, Matthews and Marner are not to be found on the score sheet.
It's not a bad thing when you get the fourth line chipping into a couple of goals, is it?
No, but in the perfect world where everybody thinks it should be perfect.
Every line scores.
And everybody's contributing, and everybody's happy, and everybody's going good. And
well, coming into this game, the Canucks are first in goals for, 4.54 goals against. Second in goals against. Well, with a 2.00 goals against average. So it's been a big test for the Leafs. They get a team coming in on a roll. And so far, with 5:33 to go, the Leafs have responded.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The seasons are changing.
All the leaves are brown.
But there's always time for fun. In the sun, the Beach Boys transport you to summer with the return of their limited edition channel. Good vibrations. The Beach Boys channel. Now for a limited time, exclusively on the Sirius XM app. Just search Beach Boys.
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91. XM 91.
Face-off in the Toronto zone, won by Vancouver. Hughes snaps it around the boards to the near corner. Leafs after it there with Nyes getting to it, and he'll launch it down into the Vancouver end. Strides after it, but can't come up with it. Matthews knocking the loose puck down. Plays it around back of the net. Hughes is there. Nyes chases after him. Marner unable to get to it, and the Canucks just get rid of it to center ice. McCabe takes charge. Left wing pass for Matthews. Over the line in the left wing. Doesn't shoot it. Now going to ring the boards with it. Nylander on the far side. Holds. Sends it around the boards. It'll come to the near point, and Riley. Riley around back of the net for Willig. Nylander tried to center, but it was blocked. Nylander tied the game, and the Leafs have subsequently scored 3 more. At the point, Brody backhands back of the goal. Tavares couldn't catch it as it hit the referee. Now here's Bertuzzi in, and he snapped it over top of the goal. Played around back of the net. Centering pass was blocked. Canucks finally get it out and could do no more than to flip it down into the Toronto zone. 4:18 to play. Dumped in by the Maple Leafs. Shot back, and out at center ice it comes. Brought in over the line by the Canucks. Pass was deflected. Bertuzzi after it. The wave is making its way around Scotiabank Arena. 3:55 to play in the third. Garland to center. Chipped in over the line. Played around back of the net by DiGiuseppe. But the Leafs are going to get rid of it and bounce it down into Vancouver territory. Robertson will force things back of the net. Played up on the wing and out by Garland. Leafs send it back. Garland at the red line flips it in. Amazing what a 3-goal lead will do. Everybody is in a really good mood.
Amazing when you get 4 lines going, what it does too.
Leafs back in their own zone with Klingberg. Rung around the boards far side, and out come the Maple Leafs again. The pass for McMahon didn't work. Gregor stands up his man, and the Canucks send it back into the Toronto zone with 3 minutes left to play in the third. Bouncing puck to Noah Gregor at the blue line, but couldn't get it into the Vancouver end. Leafs regroup. Changes coming for Toronto. McCabe circles back. They might be doing the wave here for the rest of the game if there isn't a stoppage of play. Down into the Vancouver end it goes. Played up on the wing and intercepted by Nyes. Looking in front of the net for Marner, and he couldn't get it to him. Now Marner and Nyes steal the puck, but they can't get it in front of the net where Matthews was lurking.
Oh, they've been quick on pucks, haven't they? Both ends of the ice.
Played at center, and Vancouver in with a long shoot-in that is stopped by Samsonov. 2 minutes and 14 seconds left as the Leafs clear the zone. Canucks back at their own blue line. Pettersson starts back up ice on the right side. Got in wide, backhand, stopped, rebound, stopped, rebound at the side of the goal. Jammed at, and finally whistled down. 1:55 to go. And this will make the long trip to Stockholm, Sweden a lot more enjoyable with a couple of wins on home ice.
Get a look on Willie Nylander. I mean, the ice time is very similar to John Tavares so far, but I thought Yarncroft was out with Tavares on the last shift. Pardon me, not
Draw one by Vancouver. Shot went wide of the net. Sharp angle try by Garland went wide of the goal. And Noah Gregor unable to get it out. Garland back in on the boards. Centering pass blocked in front of the goal. Another shot is whistled wide of the Leaf net. Hughes keeping the puck in nicely. Ronick with a shot. Blocked away by Samsonov. Another shot. Samsonov had that deflect away from him. Garland coming out of the corner. Tried to play it in front. Knocked back behind the net by the Leaf goaltender. Then bounced off a body and out and down into Vancouver territory. Canucks back in their own zone. Played off a stick into the Leaf end. Mike Ross has got welcome news for Leaf fans. Pass goes back to the blue line. Long shot deflects and blocked. Yarncrook is able to get it freed up, and Domi's through center. Domi in, and as he tried to stick handle past the defense, he lost an edge and kind of slid it wide. Like to see him get a goal here. Around back of the net with 36 seconds left. Robertson and Yarncrook along with Domi to the bench. They've had a big part in this come-from-behind victory. Canucks to center, and the partisans are on their feet to salute a pretty strong team effort here. Centering pass, shot kicked away by Samsonov. Another shot whistles over top of the Leaf goal. 10 seconds left. McMahon gets the puck out, fitting that the fourth line is going to be on the ice to salute the victory.
Sheldon Keefe really did reward the fourth line, didn't he, in the last 5 or 6 minutes of this game? As they did the regular shift, I mean, they scored 2 goals. And it was acknowledged by Keefe. And through some changes, the Leafs may have found a little magic. You've got Nick Robertson called up, keeps his point streak going in 4 games. Then Noah Gregor scores his first goal since the first game of the regular season on the fourth line.
Willie Nylander
continues.
A point in every game.
And really one of the most bizarre stats, and I know we talk about this every time the St. Louis Blues come in this building. For the Leafs in this building, Air Canada Centre to Scotiabank Arena, the Leafs have only defeated the Blues once.
However, Mr. Ralph, the Vancouver Canucks.
Well, yeah. It's now 13-1. The Leafs against Vancouver in the last 14 games in this building. So even though it doesn't seem to matter, the Leafs seem to be really, before this game tonight, fortunate to get the point to shoot out last night. Vancouver comes in on a roll, and yet you got the same result between these two clubs. So many different players. It's somewhat irrelevant to ask the current players about streaks like this because they span so much time. But you and I have always been Noah Gregor fans, and tonight was really one of those nights where I think God is due. That you can't just use him on penalty killing in 3 or 4 minutes of even strike. He got a regular shift and was absolutely outstanding in this game. David Kampf has his first goal of the season as well. Mitch Marner goes 3 games without a point. Coming into the game, gone back-to-back games without a point for the first time this year. But it's not going to be talked about because you did have secondary scoring in the Tigers.
Sure did. The Leafs win it by a score of 5-2. Lots to chat about in the post-game show with Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
A game-winning home run by Derek Jeter.
They are legends and icons.
The Lakers take the lead on Magic Johnson's running skyhook.
And you can hear them right now on the Sirius XM app.
We got Magic Johnson here.
Everybody got all these shows. They've been hounding me. I said, I'm only doing one, and that's Eddie Johnson. Anytime you guys need me, I'm here.
Legendary Derek Jeter. Welcome to Black Diamond.
Thanks for having me. I've been waiting for the invitation.
And for access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. 24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Canucks to center, and the partisans are on their feet to salute a pretty strong team effort here. Centering pass, shot kicked away by Samsonov. Another shot whistles over top of the Leaf goal. 10 seconds left. McMahon gets the puck out, fitting that the fourth line is going to be on the ice to salute the victory.
And Sheldon Keefe really did reward the fourth line, didn't he, in the last 5 or 6 minutes of this game? As they took the regular shift, they scored the fourth line, didn't he, in the last 5 or 6 minutes of this game? As they took the regular shift, they scored 2 goals. And it was acknowledged by Keefe. And through some changes, the Leafs may have found a little magic.
They sure did. 5-2 was the final score. Leafs over the visiting Vancouver Canucks. Welcome to the post-game show live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy, Frankie Corrado, and Jimmy Ralph kind enough to hang around it. And Ralphie, all those positives that we talked about last night, you could see that the seeds were sown for a lot of what happened tonight.
Yeah, and then, Sheldon Keefe said even though they gave up more than they would have wanted last night to Calgary in terms of goal, you blow the 4-1 lead, they really didn't give up a lot of scoring chances. Last night, a lot of goals, kind of rebounds, screenshots, and everything else, which has been the demise of the Leafs in the last couple of weeks. But this was one of those games that Ilya Samsonov was better, but they were so much better in front of him. And I think you got a little concerned when you thought, okay, start in the first period, 2 more. Even though they were on the power play, one was from rather long range.
Yeah.
That beat him. One was a shot from long range and a big rebound that beat him, and you thought, oh no, it's going to continue. But Frankie and I were talking during one of the intermissions as well.
Ralphie and I talk separately as well, Jimmy.
Yeah, so when I do the out-of-town scoreboard, that's what you guys are doing.
Actually, we talked about the out-of-town scoreboard privately first.
We got some notes for you later.
Yeah, okay, guys, thank you.
But how the Leafs were much more aggressive on the penalty kill. I know they gave up 2 power play goals, but they were much more aggressive, where they weren't passive and sitting back and, how Tampa just will destroy a passive penalty kill.
Yeah.
They were aggressive. I thought Jake McCabe, a couple of turnovers that you didn't like, but I thought he was very physical.
Much different than last night for him,
Absolutely.
wasn't it? And for him, coming back off injury, he gets put on the right side last night. It's a little bit of an adjustment to play on the right side. Then you factor in that he's missed some time. I thought he looked much better tonight. He looked more comfortable. He looked more confident. He was great, especially on the penalty kill, the physicality. And it's hard not to think about the fact that it's 2-1 after the first period, like you mentioned. But the things that happened in that first period, the 2 big fights, the physical play, it just felt like there was a different kind of energy with this team where they were like, we stood up for each other, and now as soon as we get the chance here to play 5-on-5, which I know was a little delayed because they took some penalties early on in the second, but it felt like as soon as they could play 5-on-5, they were raring to go, and they had a great game the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, they were fortunate. What was it, 6-2 power plays at the end?
I think you're right.
Was the final, and I mean, it could have, even though both goals came on the power play for Vancouver. It was one of those games that really could have gotten out of hand. Had Vancouver been able to cash in, but the Leafs seemed to adjust on the fly in the penalty kill. And by the way, when we were talking about the instigator penalties and everything else, you were thinking, okay, early on in the season, Ryan Reeves had a big hit, and Arbor Jackeye grabbed him for a scrap. Jackeye did get 2-5 and 10 for that. So it might be across the board where they're saying we want to clamp down on the fighting. Just about every fight there's an instigator.
Yeah.
And they might be
because
calling
it's after a big hit. And I think the thing that's always the indicator of that is how much distance did the player travel in order to initiate that fight. So Mark Giordano goes from the point all the way to basically the corner to make that fight happen. You travel distance. It's an instigator, but who cares? At the end of the day, you're standing up for your teammates, and I think that's going to go a long way with this group here, just having that where it's like a guy like Giordano, 40 years old, heart and soul guy, been around the league forever. He's sitting in the box for 17 minutes. Guys on the bench look at that and say, we got to pick this up here. Let's not let this guy down because he's not able to help us out right now. Let's find a way to get through this for Giordano. Sure enough, he gets back into the game, and he had an impact as well.
Yeah, and I believe Joe came up with it that oldest player in a Leaf uniform to have a fight since Tim Horton back in the early 70s, which is kind of a neat little stat.
Yeah.
Because, there might be in 40 years Giordano's pizzerias that are going to be a chain all across Canada.
I'll let you know.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something?
I don't know that any of us will be around to verify that, but
speak for yourself.
I did some tea leaves on you today. Sorry, guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, we saw the look of the forward lines, and again, going back to last night, there were indications. Certainly, the third line was getting better, and it delivered tonight. And the fourth line with McMahon there, quite a difference.
Yeah, and it's funny and give Sheldon Keefe a lot of credit for, making some adjustments and then finally striking gold. I mean, for the first 12 games of the regular season, it was the first or second line, and that was it when it came to scoring. And it got them through some games where they were able to pick up some victories. But Max Domi, I know we talked about it last night, is a completely different player than we saw in the first 12. They move into the middle, so that solves that problem.
Yep.
Minton was up at the start of the year. They thought he might have been the answer to be the third line center. You already had him in the lineup playing on the wing, and Max Domi has been great. And the fourth line, it wasn't, I know I said at the end of the game it was a reward, but the other side of that is they earned it. I mean, they were not on the sense that you got to say, you scored a couple of goals. It was good. They were such a positive for them. And to be able to roll four lines, all of a sudden, nobody's going to mention, well, I know I'm mentioning it. Mitch Marner's gone 3 games without a point. Austin Matthews has gone back-to-back without a point. Now it's not going to matter because you're talking about depth scoring and, 4 lines contributing. And McMahon, I thought, was very noticeable as well. McMahon, I thought, was very noticeable as well.
Yeah.
And tough game for him because of all the penalties early on. Didn't get a lot of ice time, and then all of a sudden it's like go. Now a lot of ice time, and then all of a sudden it's like go. Now
there was a few occasions like that. So McMahon is one of them. And by the way, that's the best the fourth line has looked all season long. And you go down the numbers here: Noah Gregor, goal and an assist +2. David Camp, and then of course Bobby McMahon, 2 assists +2. That's the best that fourth line has looked. And you talk about players having to be ready to play tonight. John Klingberg, didn't get his first shift until the 13-minute mark of the first period. And that was on the power play. So he had sat that whole time. By the way, it hasn't been going power play. So he had sat that whole time. By the way, it hasn't been going well for you. Now go play on the power play. And all things considered, I know there's been a lot of talk about John Klingberg and what he hasn't been defensively this year. He was fine tonight. Like, he really was. You put him in a third pair position. He wasn't a liability. Playing with Lagesson, who plays with some poise, and he's pretty smart. Like, I thought it was a decent bounce-back performance for Klingberg.
So, from what you just explained, is that what Sheldon Keefe meant by saying we've got to protect him?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Get him out there with a different centerman. Get him out there with a D partner who maybe is a little quieter in his game, and put him in situations where he can succeed. That is a little quieter in his game and put him in situations where he can succeed. That's on the power play, and that's probably playing against the third and fourth lines of the opposition.
Yeah, it was just, there seemed to be, I don't want to call it a playoff, into some urgency, whether it was on the forecheck, whether it was puck retrieval, whether it was on the penalty kill, that you needed to see on a more regular basis. And it seems so often with this team early in the season, you get to the point where you're going, man, they're going to be a struggle to get into the playoffs, and they're missing so much. Then all of a sudden, with some call-ups and some line changes, you seem like, at least, temporarily, you've got something here.
Well, and so you want to keep tracking in the right direction here. You want to keep tracking in the right direction here. You want to keep progressing. At 5-on-5 tonight, it was absolutely dominant for the Leafs. They outscored the Canucks 5-0 at 5-on-5. And Jimmy and I had a little thing going in the intermissions where we updated the 5-on-5 numbers. High danger scoring chances for the Canucks in the first period, 0. After the second period, there was only 2. And to finish the game, only 4 high-danger scoring chances for the Canucks. So the Leafs did a much better job in front of Ilya Samsonov, and it gives him a chance. And, you watch him technically, it still doesn't look the prettiest. I know,
he hasn't settled in yet.
It looks a little uneasy, but the in front of him at least did a really good job tonight. Looks a little uneasy, but the in front of him at least did a really good job tonight to let him kind of settle into the net.
Yeah, and I've always, and Joseph Wall, I think, has been in the same category. And there's that phrase where you've got to give your goaltender a chance to be good, where you can't, have multiple odd man rushes every night and miss
you. I think your teammates didn't give you a great chance.
They were terrible.
A lot of nights. Yeah.
That's why, at 28, I said I'm getting into broadcasting. In 24 years of this.
I remember that. I remember the phone call.
You were at the press conference.
Yeah, Jimmer, can you get me in? Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, I've seen you play, so okay, you're in. You're in.
Yeah. Well, I might even file my papers this year.
Yeah. So, Frankie, I took what you said. I put it in one of those apps that translates.
What is it, Jimmy GPT?
Yeah.
What is it, Jimmy GPT?
Yeah, and it said what Frankie said was the Leafs didn't hurt themselves.
No, they didn't. They didn't hurt themselves. And the Canucks, we knew coming in, they scored a lot of goals, and maybe they were shooting above their weight class when it comes to goal scoring, because you take a look at the numbers and you're like, okay, at some point they're going to see a little bit of a regression here. But yeah, you don't want to feed into that. And tonight, I don't think the Leafs fed into it at all. They didn't turn the puck over in bad spots. A lot of high-quality scoring chances. The only thing the Canucks really got was what they got on the power bad spots. A lot of high-quality scoring chances. The only thing the Canucks really got was what they got on the power play. So it's a job well done from top to bottom for the Leafs tonight.
Could you use that app again? I have no idea what Frankie just said.
It said he's now repeating himself.
Well, you know what? It'd be nice to go 3 or 4 months repeating ourselves like this, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Because it was, like I said, there was...
I'm going to start with Nice going off early for tripping.
And what about this? That's only the second regulation win at home this year. The other one being Minnesota.
And they only allowed 2 goals.
Yeah.
Which is a no-fly zone.
I think he used that stat last night as well.
A no-fly zone.
I think he used that stat last night as well.
Oh, the app said now Ralph is repeating himself.
Actually, I've used it for about 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, it was true.
Yeah,
at least he's got his own material.
I want to know how you kept stable watching the wave, which went on for the last 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I do go through those moments like a cat with a ball of tinfoil. It's like, whoa, look at that. Shut up, Joe. I'm trying to watch something there.
Yeah, could you keep it down?
Yeah, but it was, good on so many levels. And fully confident that Joseph Wall's going to find his way back if they can play like that in front of him as well. And, even though I think you look at 2 wins on the road, Washington and then in Dallas, where Joe Wall was very good, but there was a lot more aggression in front of them where the opposition, when they had a chance, they had to do it quickly. And I think what we've seen through this, mostly at home ice, where there's been too much time and space given, and guys are just too good at changing angles and, those little toe drags and throw it back across the other way. But a little interesting to see. We talked about how many goals we've seen off the wing this year. Off the wing. Yeah. And Noah Gregor.
No, that was in your pre-scout.
Yeah, of all the players to do it tonight, it's Noah Gregor against Thatcher Demko.
Taddy said that before the game, you guys were talking, and you kind of predicted that Noah Gregor was going to score a goal exactly like that, where the goaltender slides a little too far to his right. I don't know. Taddy said you talked about it.
Well, it's not up for me. It's not up for me to say whether it was a brilliant anecdote or not.
All right, you want an observation? So the Leafs
it was brilliant, Ralph.
Yeah,
brilliant. Yeah,
thanks.
Here's an observation for you.
Talk about my clothes now.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Guy, you're jamming them up.
Yeah, of course, Guy.
Leafs win 5-2 tonight.
Yeah.
Mitch Marner plays 18:48. Austin Matthews plays 16:37. 5-2 tonight.
Yeah.
Mitch Marner plays 18:48. Austin Matthews plays 16:37. Isn't it nice for the team to get a win and those guys don't have to play 24, 25 minutes because you're chasing it all night?
On back-to-back nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And even Willie Nylander, I don't think, played much in the last 4 or 5 minutes either.
17:21 for Willie tonight.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it wasn't about protecting your top 6 and making sure that they weren't pushed to too much of physically because of the back-to-back nights. I think it was simply because the third and fourth lines were that good.
Well, here's your evidence. Gregor plays 13.5. Here's your evidence. Gregor plays 13.5. Camp plays just under 15, and Bobby McMahon plays 10 minutes. Like they haven't gotten.
I think for Camp that might be a season high.
They haven't gotten that kind of runway from their fourth line all season long. It makes such a difference when you can extract a little production out of that line.
Yeah, and don't you love the fact that on David Camp's goal, Noah Gregor made the smart play, which was get it to the net.
Yep.
But David Camp's at the top of the crease.
Yeah,
we've seen so many goals go in at the other end because of screens and deflections and everything else. That's exactly what you want from your fourth line. And even if they didn't score, they had a wonderful night as far as playing the majority of their shifts in the offensive. If they didn't score, they had a wonderful night as far as playing the majority of their shifts in the offensive zone.
Yeah.
Which especially in the second period, then you make the line change and you just keep the cycle going. So a lot of good things out of it, and you almost wish they weren't going to Sweden.
Now you have to leave. Yeah, thanks.
Now it's kind of like, no, you want to stay and keep it going. No, but the bottom line is everybody else is going through the same thing.
And hockey can be cruel, man, because a guy like Ryan Reeves, who's been around the league a long time and he's done a lot of great things, he watches a game tonight where he doesn't play. Fourth line gets 2 goals. The guy who replaced him in the lineup gets 2 assists, and he's probably sitting there thinking, fourth line gets 2 goals. The guy who replaced him in the lineup gets 2 assists, and he's probably sitting there thinking, oh, no, guy.
That's exactly what he's thinking. Oh, no, guy.
Oh, no, guy.
Yeah.
But he's probably, yes, guy, the team won, but he's like, oh, no, guy.
Yeah, well said.
It's a cruel world, Jimmy.
Yeah. Ralphie, let's go back. Let's do the goaltending 101. So on that Gregor goal, because we've talked, as Frankie detailed, we've had this discussion on and off about that goal. You see it in a lot of games, the goal from the wing. And in every case, the goaltender he goes too far to the short side. His legs actually pass the post, and there's that gaping, wide open side there. Why is that? It's that gaping, wide open side there. Why is that?
It seems to be the new way. You got the reverse VH where you're saying, this is how you're going to cover one side. But I don't know. Remember Marner scored coming off the wing a couple of games ago as well, and
that was the one right off the face-off that Marner scored. Right off the face-off, he went high glove.
Was it off the rush?
It might have been against Ottawa.
Oh, you know what it was? Yeah, it was right off the face-off.
Yeah.
And I think it was Riley. Wasn't Riley threw it up, and it was just
they had just scored. They had just scored like 8 seconds prior.
Yeah, the 2 quick ones.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is, and I don't know if Jimmer and I were talking about this, where it is, and I don't know if Jimmer and I were talking about this, where the forwards are catching up to the goaltending, where everybody now go bar down and pick their spots. Guys are going higher. Before, where it seemed like goaltenders sort of had that 10 years where as long as you got down in the butt and you could square up, you could do it. And players are making the adjustments. Even if you watch the goal by Noah Gregor on Demko that we're talking about,
yeah,
and it's not a comparison to Nikita Kucherov, but Kucherov's release is sometimes like just the wrist. It's not like you stride into it and you're going to let it go.
That little sweep shot.
Yeah. And you could see Demko wasn't really, it was like he was on his way to get over and get set, and the release was there.
Yeah.
And I think on that particular play, that's what it was. Although if you remember his first goal, which was the Leafs' first goal of the season against Jake Allen, it was almost it was actually from a sharper angle and beat Jake Allen far side, post and in. So and I just think a lot of it is the way the guys practice now and practice the release, and the other thing is because with defensemen always trying to close the gap with the stick, guys have to do that little toe drag to change the angle to try to get it around.
Grapes used to hate that, when the defensemen would put their stick in the way.
And I realize it's a different game now, but I was always the same where you thought, okay, if you're going to do it, you make sure you get it. Same thing with guys trying to block shots. You're saying if you want to do it, that's great.
Yeah, block it.
But
it's just
you got it.
Yeah.
It's got an odd look when you let someone shoot and you don't put your stick in the way.
That's
because
non-negotiable.
you're just giving them the free lane. So it's kind of one of those non-negotiable things where you always have to put your stick in the way and try and get a piece of it.
No, I mean, in fairness, it's probably what. A 98% success rate now, where guys do it. So many times the guy goes to shoot and it's off his stick and over the glass. But the odd time you will see off his stick and out of the crossbar. And I guess if you're going to go percentages or analytics, you're saying, well, you'd still rather have the guy try to block the shot and get a stick on it.
Well, shot from the wing is back in.
This was some of our finest.
It's back.
But I mean, and I know I didn't give you an answer because I really don't know.
It just seems like the goalie, and I've seen it in other games, is going almost too hard to get over, and he sort of leaves too much of the net open.
Whether it's expecting the one-timer all the time, but if you watching the Noah Gregor goal a couple of times on the replay, you're going, he doesn't stride into it. He gets it, and you know how Kucherov flings it.
How much of that, Ralphie, is that Demko had to make 2 saves going from his left to his right, those 2 desperate to make 2 saves going from his left to his right, those 2 desperation ones on the power play.
The one on Bertuzzi, right?
There was one on Nylander, one on Bertuzzi, where he pushes really hard to get across, so then he's probably accustomed to that, and he pushes a little too fast, and then Gregor catches him against the grain because it was shortly after he made those 2 10 bell saves.
Yeah, there's the legs with the push, but it's the shoulders that have to square up.
Right.
And usually you see when a guy's on, It's the shoulders move first. Like, you've got the push, but the shoulders lead. If guys that don't do it very well end up face down on the push, trying to go to the back post. Right. But the shoulders lead. If guys that don't do it on the push, trying to go to the back post.
Right. I thought you were going to say in the broadcast booth.
I'm not going to talk about him when he's not here.
Ralphie, thanks very much.
Okay, I'll listen. Listen on the way home.
You gonna stay up and watch the Oilers?
Yeah, I actually watched them in when they played in San Jose.
Did you go to the game?
You couldn't get a ticket. What did you say? I mean, I'm not watching that game. There were a lot of gray seats. Were pretty empty in San
regional
Jose.
broadcast must have had huge numbers for people trying to watch the Oilers.
All right, boys.
Thanks,
we'll
Ralphie.
See you, Ralphie.
Text when you get home. Fabulous. Okay.
If we're had huge numbers for people trying to watch the Oilers.
All right, boys.
Thanks,
we'll
Ralphie.
See you, Ralphie.
Text when you get home. Fabulous. Okay.
If we're going to talk about him, we should talk about him now because he can't hear us.
That's right. Yeah. Well, 7 minutes to get in the car. He must park like on the second console here.
Yeah, he must have a parking spot in the building. We don't have that.
No, of course not.
I used to.
No, I got to take a cab to get to my car.
It's okay. You can expense it.
That's right. Thank you very much. 5-2, the Leafs win over Vancouver. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
When I think of affordable data, I think of Virgin Plus.
Unlimited nationwide 5G data. There's so much of it.
It's hard to ignore the value.
From $55 a month. There's so much of it.
It's hard to ignore the value.
From $55 a month. Yes, $55 a month.
And the member benefits are over the top.
Virgin Plus, obviously.
Oh, where can I get this song? 50 gigs 5G data up to 250 megabits per second after a credit of $10 for 24 months. Conditions apply. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details.
Black Friday early deals are on now at Canadian Tire. Save up to 50% on kitchen essentials, tools, Christmas decor, and more. These prices won't go any lower this year. Ends November 22nd. Conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or flyer for details.
The pre-Black Friday event is on now at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% is on now at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% off store-wide and save up to 60% on door crashers. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door crasher prices as marked.
At eBay Motors, it's easy to find the right part for your vehicle. Good, because I really want to upgrade my headlights. Like new LED bulbs for your silver pickup. It's actually metallic stone silver. Just open the eBay Motors app. Okay. Enter your vehicle information. Done. And look for the green check. There it is. So you know it'll fit. Plus, they're delivered right to your front door. Nice. Done deal. The right part, right fit, price. eBay Motors. The right part, right fit, price. eBay Motors.
Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado with you. Going over a 5-2 win by the Leafs over the visiting Vancouver Canucks. Plenty to be happy about here.
Lots to be happy about. How about the response physically from this team early on in the game?
Yeah.
For me, that sets the tone for what this game is going to be like. Mark Giordano fights early. Max Domi fights. Give him a lot of credit. He goes up against a guy who's probably much more experienced when it comes to fighting, but he stands up for Nick Robertson. Eventually, Nick Robertson scores a goal in the game. A great goal coming off the bench. The third line looked really good. The fourth line was exceptional, and it's a game. The third line looked really good. The fourth line was exceptional, and it's a game that this team has been craving, where you don't have to rely on Matthews. Marlander scores tonight, but you don't have to run those guys into the ground in order to win this game. Very important that at some point this season you start getting meaningful contribution. If you wanted to compare this to a movie, Jimmy, it would be called The Other Guys, featuring Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg. Have you ever watched it?
No, Guy. I missed that one on purpose.
It's very good, actually. You should watch it on your free time. I know you have lots of it.
I don't have any free time, which is why I missed it the first time around. But I want to say that we searched for the 60-minute game, and I think we saw that tonight. We were doing the search for the 60-minute game, And I think we saw that tonight. We were doing the search for the full roster participation, and we saw that tonight.
And it's very encouraging if you're a Leaf fan and you've been wanting to see a few different things from this team. It's also the blue line, the best the blue line has looked for me. Like we talked about not giving up high danger chances against this Canucks team because they're filling the back of the net and everything seems to be going in. So after the first period, you have 0 high danger chances against at 5-on-5. The second period, it's 2. And for the game, it's 4. Like, that's really, really good. If you keep doing that, you're giving your goaltender a chance to make saves, and in turn, you're giving your team a chance to win games. So from top to bottom, everyone that was involved in the game tonight, they were responsible. Top to bottom, everyone that was involved in the game tonight, they were responsible in the way they played. They brought a lot to the table, and it's one of those wins where everyone leaves the rink feeling really good. Now you hop on the bird and go to Sweden and have a great trip there and carry that momentum through.
I don't think it's much of a stretch to say this was their best home game.
It was their best home game. This was their best game. This was their most complete game. And sometimes, you know how we talked about this a lot last year where the Leafs kind of had it in cruise control?